Good morning and welcome to the third and final day of Group A action here at the MODUS Super Series. By the close of play today, we will have our first player through to Saturday night's final. At the moment, it's Johnny Haynes leading the way on 16 points at the top of the Group A table, with Terry Jenkins and Neil Duff not far behind him. Before we tuck into today's action, let's remind ourselves of what happened yesterday. Here's Henry with the highlights.
Tony O'Shea is averaging a win a day here at the MODUS Super Series. He pinned this tops en route to victory against Neil Duff. Mark McGeeney will be looking to get a place in Group B by the end of play today and a chance to participate in the evening session. He's currently on 8 points. Adam Lipscombe pinned this 118 against Mark McGeeney. He'll be hoping for a cracking day today. As for Neil Duff, the man who topped the table for 4-1 record in the winners department on Monday, had the reverse fortune yesterday. Terry Jenkins is the man to put the pressure on the table topper today. If anyone's going to dislodge Haynes, it's going to be the Bull. But it was Johnny who was good on Tuesday at the Super Series. Haynes top of the table, 4 points clear going into the final day of Group A.
Yeah, as Henry mentioned there, Johnny Haynes absolutely superb on the second day of action. So consistent throughout all of his games yesterday. He had the Lou Reed, he had the perfect day. Do you see anyone toppling him from that top spot?
He's just so experienced, and that's the thing I think that's really key. If it was Adam leading now, maybe he'd be seeing that winning line too early, but you know, he's old school, is Johnny. I don't expect him to, but for the neutrals, that opening game against Neil Duff, maybe if a Neil Duff wins, that would make it really exciting for the day. Yeah,
you mentioned Adam Lipscombe there. There were some very, very promising signs from him. Maybe his board management letting him down at times. Would you agree with that?
Board management just maybe is a little bit of composure, and definitely from 201 downwards. Obviously, I do scrutinise as part of my responsibilities now, and if I was to look at his game, I would say to him, the scoring power is there, the talent is there. He could just show a little bit more composure. And there was some examples yesterday that it could have made a difference between 2 or 4 points difference for him and being in third, fourth position. So.
Yeah, Neil Duff there, you can see he's third in the table on 10 points at the moment. Picked up a lot of points. He won 4 of his 5 games on Monday, despite not being anywhere near his best. That level was pretty consistent again yesterday, but wasn't able to get over the winning line in those games. And it was quite interesting, wasn't it? Because we were in the practice room prior to this session getting underway, and he was talking to Tony O'Shea, who, as you can see there, is rock bottom in 6th place. And he said, well, if I play like I did yesterday, you've got a great chance of picking up 2 points. That camaraderie in that room is very, very lively right now.
It's the best camaraderie I've seen, but when you've got legends like Tony O'Shea in there, I just love spending time with him. I'm next door and I'm a little bit jealous in the commentary room there, but it's good fun, but it's business-like as well. Neil Duff will be looking for a quick start today because he is the class act of the group. He was a big favourite going into this week. He's a world champion. Be really interested to see how he bounces back today.
Yeah, another interesting point that you picked up on was we have so many legends in that room. The likes of Adam, maybe slightly overawed on Monday, but he's now getting into it. He realises he deserves his place in that room.
I really like Adam. I think there's real possibilities for him, you know, to lift the title even on Saturday night. You know, it's not over. I think he's the one who's learning most about himself right now. And once again, it'll be interesting to see how he reacts today. I enjoy the Wednesdays. We've come to the real finale of the group.
And just finally, this first game, as you mentioned, it could be pivotal in terms of the context of the table. Which way do you see it going?
Do you know what? I'm going to go with a Neil Duff victory. That might be just against, but you know how bad my predictions are. But maybe I'm swaying to the fact that it would make the group so much more exciting if Neil Duff wins this game. He's a champion. He's got to come to the fore really soon. Maybe this game is the time.
Maybe it is. Right then, after yesterday's FA Cup drama, we've been checking under tables for any phones. No phones on show, but we do have our very own screamer in the commentary box. Here's over to Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Happy. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the MODUS Super Series. Get yourself through this link, Henry. Get yourself through this link. Right, so we kick off Wednesday, the final day's action with the man who topped the table, Johnny Haynes. He's 4 points clear at the top of the table. Terry Jenkins, the man keeping closest competition, but Neil Duff, the man who was top of the table on Monday, a 4-1 winning record. for him. And then followed up by a 4-1 losing record on Tuesday for the 50-year-old from Ballyclare. What we're going to see on Wednesday here as we edge towards the conclusion. Not just the winner of Group A is going to be decided, we're also going to see who's going to participate in what groups for the remainder of the week. Second and third will play in Group B in the evening sessions. And then fourth, fifth and sixth will participate in Group C.
Game on
Thursday and Friday morning. As you can see, one of the world's best referees is in show. Charlie Corsafine is in charge of all the action.
100.
So I'm Henry Deacon here with you in the commentary box, and alongside me a man I'm sure is going to be much more composed on his opening link than I was. Glenn Doven, good morning.
Morning, Henry. Yes, an intriguing start to the day for the neutrals. I'm sure many players will be wanting
100.
a Neil Duff victory here. I've been so impressed. I incorrectly called Johnny Haynes the spoiler on Monday. He's been far from that. Effective and efficient
100
has been the words used about him this week. For Neil Duff, Henry, the time has to start. And I just think as a world champion, maybe today's the day he kickstarts what he needs for the week. He knows it's a marathon. Possibly may not even be looking at top in the group right now. Maybe 6 or 7 days on the spin of playing darts will be great for what he's here for.
180.
And he's working on exactly his game for the World Seniors.
Exactly that. And he's off to a flying start. The first max of the day leaves him on 1-2-1 after 9.
Neil, you require 121.
He's too good not to be playing his A game. You know, 1 day in 3 is my feeling. I heard him chatting backstage next door to say the way I'm playing.
156.
I expect you to beat me, blah, blah, blah. And that's not the confident guy you interviewed on Monday.
Looking for another one of them for double 18.
100. Neil, you require 93.
2 options here, Henry. Bullseye or treble 19. He's gone the old-fashioned route. And I guess that's the only difficulty
37.
Going that way if you don't
Johnny,
hit that 25
56.
target. But once again, Johnny Haynes has looked solid just when you're beginning to doubt him.
16.
Maybe.
Neil, you require 56.
Just the first chink in the armour for Duffer.
Game shown the first
Opening leg break
Neil Duff.
for Neil Duff to get the day off to the perfect start, leading Haynes by a leg to 0.
Just what
Second
the
leg, it's
doctor
Neil
ordered.
to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it does make it a bit more interesting, Henry, doesn't it? For a Duff victory here, how Haynes reacts, because that penultimate game of the day, that does whet the appetite.
60.
Hope you've got your phone turned off today, Glenn.
Better check. No, I've got Gary Lineker on the phone, but
83.
apart from that, nothing.
Can't believe I got stitched up on the opening link.
I bet she's been working on there all night.
Oh, you can imagine.
100.
It's killed me, that.
Yeah, the question I was asked was about Johnny Haynes. Maybe if Adam Lipscombe was in this position, Henry, like being topped, 6-point lead, you know, going into the final day, sometimes you can see that winning line. I just get the feeling with Johnny, he's been there and done it. There's probably nothing in darts he hasn't seen.
60.
It's just about keeping your emotions together. He's probably looking at 2 wins, you know, for victory there. And I don't think he'd be looking any further. He probably feels if he wins this game, he goes on to win the league, you know, quite comfortably.
$140. Neil, you require 124.
So 1-2-4 for Duff to accrue a hole following the break he got in the first leg. Well, he's had a look at Haynes' score.
Game
and
shot
he
on the
still decides to pin the ball.
Neil Duff.
Just the way that dart was sitting in the bullseye there. He looks like a different animal this morning.
Third leg, it's Johnny to throw
well
first.
Well over 90. Yeah, perfect start.
The swagger of a champion.
95.
And it's coming to bear for Duff.
He was so confident when you were chatting with him on Monday, wasn't he? I think he'll have been, if there's one guy disappointed, considering he, you know, he still sat in very nicely placed, because there's still options of Group Bs and Cs. I'm sure all the players would prefer to play on the night sessions.
100.
There's a couple of players in that sections. I've had to do my homework on Henry. So I'm sure they'll have been looking at that. I just felt that this Group A was really, really strong this week.
60.
And of course, this first game, if Duff can obtain victory here, it really does open things up in terms of the group. He'd move on to 12, but Jenkins, right from the get-go, would have the opportunity in game 2 against Mark McGeeney to go within 2. And then suddenly things get really, really interesting. And then we have a proper race for first place.
Yeah, it's not often in the MODUS Super Series that things are sewn up so quickly. So that's why I went for a Neil Duff victory, which is usually means the opposite happens with my prediction prowess.
So what you mean is it's going to be over by game 5 and we're going to go out for breakfast?
Swings and roundabouts, I guess.
100.
Must take you out to my greasy spoon one day.
100. Johnny, you require 86.
86 for Haynes here to pull a leg back. And treble 18 means double 16, and now round for double 8.
70. Neil, you require 164.
We haven't seen any massive finishes this week, have we? 160 being the highlight.
45. Johnny, you require 16. Game show on the third leg. Johnny Haynes.
That will feel good, but once again, no emotion from the Swindon man. But it's Neil Duff who's got in control
Neil
here.
To throw first. Game on.
And right now, it's just about holding your own, holding your darts. When you're 2-1 up and you've got the darts, all you're thinking, just give me a 15 darter.
140.
Just give me a couple of trebles. So first part of it is done. And all you want to hear now from your opponent is a treble-less visit. The way Johnny Haynes has been playing this week, it's the absolute opposite to that. A wonderful riposte.
Johnny Haynes, who yesterday teased the 9.
95.
But he's not going to tease us today. Well, at least not now.
60.
I think you'll see the 19s come into consideration here. Should be doing it now.
60.
You'd be slightly disappointed with that, because just give Haynes a sniff now. Johnny doesn't often move away from that treble 20. See many people
100.
with ball management, but these old school players. We've got quite a few over 50s here this week. All prepared themselves for the World Seniors.
140. Johnny require 161.
One of the champagne finishes that we have. But it's just Prosecco this time for Johnny Haynes.
Neil, you require 66.
That's
Double
a
8.
lovely first start. That. Now he's took his time here. Sometimes it can work. The Rob Cross, I call it.
48.
There the differences.
Johnny, you require 38.
Now the way Johnny goes for these, he often splits these. He might go for a fat 18 double 10. Wow. And we have not, if you're joining us for the first
Neil,
time,
you require 18.
we have not seen that from Johnny this week. He's been so solid.
Tried to split the double 10 as well.
Game shot on the fourth
But Neil
leg.
Duff gets the double 9 to open up a 3-1 lead. And suddenly, things get very, very interesting.
Game on.
Because if Duff can win this leg, which would win him the match, then all of a sudden it will make things very interesting
100.
in terms of who the victor in this particular group is going to be.
$78.
What's been your analysis of the week so far then, Henry? I mean, when I walked in Monday morning, I thought, this is a lovely group. This has great camaraderie between the guys. Lots of titles. We've got a Lakeside champion.
47.
Picture right there. How do you think it's gone?
I think it's what we expected from it. We knew there's going to be some brilliant arrows. There's going to be the odd game here and there where there's going to be one player might be slightly off it because some of these players are not quite match sharp. Some of these players, as we say, a lot of them are over the age of 50. So I think we kind of got what we came to expect.
50.
I think we're missing 180s. I think we've seen the the power scoring of a lot of the players. There's been lots of ton 40s, and only a couple of big finishes I can think of. The 160, 156. So there's still room for improvement for these guys, but a lot of these are using it for the World Seniors. This is like
140.
a week of practice.
Johnny, you require
And when it's match
158.
practice, it's unbelievable. Another one of them would be nice for double 19.
138.
Perhaps not a shot when you consider in the last leg he had 38 left and he went 18.
But sometimes you want a spark, you want something that gets your adrenaline
Johnny, you
flowing through your
require
body.
20.
And a 158 would be that, but who am I to doubt?
Game shot on the
Johnny
fifth
Haynes,
leg.
when he finishes
Johnny
on double 10
Haynes.
like that. We all have a go-to double. And double 10 is clearly the one for Johnny.
Sixth leg, it's nil to throw
My
first.
practice for
Game
the
on.
seniors was throwing darts in front of the presenter today, Abigail, who was absolutely amazed.
Why did you do that in
100.
front of Abby?
Yeah, because I was trying to show her someone who's not, technically giving advice to players how bizarre my issues are. So it was very
85.
strange how I can throw a dart exactly how I want to when not looking at the target. But as soon as I'm looking at the target, I start to overthink, tighten up,
41.
and my problems start from there.
Just to clarify, Abby was to the side, not directly in front of the
She
board.
was taking videos to show me exactly how bizarre the whole thing is. And if I was
81.
coaching somebody, I think I could correct them. Because I know how it feels now. But I just think it's just such a mush right now. Because sometimes when you're practicing,
40.
you think you're practicing the right way. She was like, no, Glenn, you're not pulling your arm back. And I'm thinking I'm pulling it back as far as Joe Cullens. That's why these guys using match practice for the World Seniors
60.
is so beneficial to them.
So you're almost the antithesis of why coaching is needed, even though you coach yourself and you can see issues of other people's game or things that other people can work on.
135.
It's still difficult yourself to find what can be right at times.
Coaching myself was the worst decision I ever made. Not seeking advice, not getting a friend
85.
or taking a professional advice from some of the best coaches out there. I thought I was practicing correctly. And that's why I think if someone came to me with the problem that I've suffered,
134.
I would be able to help them get over that. But enough of my problems. Johnny Haynes has got a major problem in his hands at the moment because it's
100.
Neil Duff,
Neil, you
51 for the
require
match.
51. Game
And a
shot,
beautifully
and the match,
executed
Neil
51
Duff.
finish. And a big win for Neil Duff. And what the implications are for the group are really important. Johnny Haynes was desperate to come out firing today. A win there against Neil Duff would really have cemented a victory in this group here. What that does now is really make this group exciting. I can't wait for the conclusion of this group because next up we've got Terry Jenkins in second place against Mark McGeeney. Don't miss that one.
Well, match one served up a significant win for Neil Duff over league leader Johnny Haynes. Next up, we've got Terry Jenkins against Mark McGeeney. The Bull can close the gap on the punk at the top of the table with a win here. For McGeeney, 3 days on from the disappointments of Q School, maybe we'll see him perform to a higher standard as he looks to produce his best for the first time here this week. Let's hand over to our very own Double D team of Duzzer and Deacon to guide you through.
Abby, thank you very much indeed. We've seen some seismic slinging at the Super Series already as Neil Duff gets himself onto the board and then cutting the gap between himself and Johnny Haynes. Terry Jenkins can now move within 2 of the table topper if he can get victory here against Mark McGeeney. 8 points to his name after 10 matches in the group. What will Wednesday do for the Gladiator? That's
First
a Terry.
It's Terry to throw first. Game
Got
on.
some reliable information about the bull, straight from the horse's mouth, that him and Tony O'Shea are room sharing this week. Apparently Terry cooked the dinner on Monday.
41.
It was Tony's turn to cook yesterday. And apparently I have it on good authority that Tony's offer for dinner was 3 packet of crisps on a plate.
58.
Who said romance is dead?
Yes, I saw Owen Binks getting plenty of stuff. Yes, I thought he was going to be cooking us a nice curry last night.
140.
You don't want that.
What do you think I bought for myself? My first time well, I wouldn't say cooked. Let's say I used the microwave. What do you think I bought myself
100.
Well, it can't be a pot noodle.
Close.
Super noodle?
Got myself a nice chicken korma and a rustler.
95.
Oh,
A nice rustler burger.
can't be a good rustler. Well, I mean, you can get a proper burger, but...
Interesting stat for Mark McGeeney, Henry. In his
85.
opening game on Monday morning, he got a 180. He hasn't had one since. In comparison, Terry Jenkins has banged in 11 maxes
55.
this week. So in relation to the scoring, Mark McGeeney has been pretty poor. 180. But you know what? I think he looks a little bit more fresh today. He freely admitted
125. Terry, you require
freely
170.
admitted that he wasn't feeling great after a long, long week at Q School, which was spoken an awful lot about this week. I don't know. It looks like he's had a decent kip. I'm just looking. I think he's back to his first day darts, isn't he? Because I really like the balance of his darts yesterday.
133.
If I have a little look close here, pretty much tell by the stem he's back to his original dart, isn't he?
Yeah, slightly smaller stem than the one he had yesterday. He changed halfway
50.
through the
Terry
session.
requires 75.
So Jenkins 75 for the opening leg. Oh, hello. Can you believe that? He's missed the 18.
35. Mark, you require 83.
How many times that happened this week? At least 74. And all he can do is set up for tops.
43. Terry, you require 40.
And in relation to the league, Terry Jenkins wants to be secure in finishes like that throughout. Because sat in second place, and after that loss by Johnny Haynes,
Second leg, it's
he would
Mark
only
to
be
throw
2 points
first.
behind.
Game on.
The penultimate game of tonight is Johnny Haynes versus Terry Jenkins. We mentioned it yesterday, that could be pivotal. And I just think Neil Duff has opened
60.
this group wide open.
Indeed.
So a lot of the players are here
95.
for preparation for the seniors. How do you think Terry Jenkins will be feeling after a couple of days on the board?
He should feel happy with the way he's playing. He's, at his best, has shown some unbelievable signs. He'd like to eke
40.
out some of the inconsistencies that we saw at points yesterday, but overall he should be pleased with the level he's providing. If he can play around his mean for the week here so far, then he's got a good chance of progressing quite far in that particular competition.
Absolutely, totally agree, Henry. I think if I asked him right now, that's exactly how he would
43.
feel. He knows his, B+ game is there. His score. I think he'd be very happy with his scoring. And for Terry, you would have thought that first dart was absolutely perfect for him.
83.
So that's why you see the frustration. Sometimes when you score 83, Henry, with your last dart as a treble, you see the bounce in the step as they go to get the darts out. But for McGeeney, he doesn't often give an awful lot away. But just a little bit of his demeanour this week is just the man who's just not very, very happy. And he's going to be incredibly disappointed. I mean, he was 6 legs away
37
from being a Pro Tour card holder. Coming here this week, we've got to admire him still for coming, but the disappointment. I mean, he suffered disappointment before, you know, losing. He had 3 darts in a Lakeside final to be a Lakeside champion.
100. Terry required 146.
I think he'll stay there. They're not ideal, and you just want to.
55.
And when you do try to just sit it on top,
158.
you've got the possibility of just swaying into the 5, and that's exactly what he did there. But for Mark, them 2 darts actually are very nice for him.
60.
He just likes to
Terry
plonk them straight on
91.
top there. So Terry, I think he'll go for. He's thinking there. Should I go bull? Should I go for treble 17? I think he was thinking many things there, but it's another dart at tops.
51. Mark required 98.
And it just presents McGeeney with an opening here on the 98. This is, of course, with his dart, so Jenkins threatening a break upon his next turn, which he is going to get.
58.
So this for 2-0 lead.
40.
Double 10.
Game
And he's
shot
just going about his business as proficiently as he needs to at the minute. Leading 2-0. McGeeney still looking to find that kickstart, that
third leg, it's Terry
spark
to throw first. Game on.
light up the blue touch paper from the man in the blue shirt.
I have a fascination of watching the non-throwing player, and the signs are not good for McGeeney. But what he's got to realise is maybe this is where people in your corner. I think he's got his girlfriend down, some family members with him, that people have not done wonderfully well on the Group A, but then come back in Group B or C and come out firing, and then on Saturday night it's a real knockout.
140.
And that's what he's got to remember. He's got to keep really positive, and his demeanour right now for me is a concern, Henry.
Sometimes for the players, as McGeeney looks to get his first max. In a few days, his second of the week. Sometimes going into that second group, when everyone's back on 0, can just help it because it just refreshes everything. We've seen it before with the likes of Kieran Tian and Moreno Blom in this competition in the past. What happens in Group A doesn't dictate what happens in your week. If anything, the victor of Group A, records suggest actually there's a little bit of handicap when it comes to Saturday night.
And no one's more experienced than you in the commentary box these days, Henry. You must have seen everything in this MODUS Super Series right now. I remember the week where, was it going into the Wednesday, everybody was on 8 points. Last time I was here, it was just a total separation of Group A. We had 3 at the top flying and 3 at the bottom really struggling. So this week has been a real fight. But Johnny Haynes just began to sprint away from the pack late last night. But that opening win by Neil Duff
121.
Very, very interesting. Now you're thinking, how is Johnny Haynes going to respond to that against his next game, Tony O'Shea?
Game shot on the third.
Tops of 3-0.
Terry Jenkins.
And this is just routine for Terry Jenkins. 83.5 average, 3-0 lead, 3 out of 6 on the doubles. It's not a bad opening salvo act for McGeeney. Work to do.
Yeah, McGeeney hasn't had a dart or a double in this match yet. The Mark McGeeney of 2017, 18 and 19. He was formidable, honestly, Henry. He was just someone you didn't. He was BDO #1 for a while. As we've said a lot this week, a darts to be a Lakeside champion. He had his struggles in 2020 on the Pro Tour circuit. Didn't play an awful lot in 22, he said. Wasn't expecting too much at Q School. Many of it. And what must have been difficult was the wait. That wait on the Sunday, them few hours when you're in, and then the feeling, that gutting feeling when you're out. But If you think that's bad, Conan Whitehead missed out by 1 leg of darts. And the most staggering statistic I read, had he not played on the Sunday, he would be a Pro Tour card holder right now. Go figure.
Yeah.
96.
Feel for Conan. I know he regularly tunes in, so if you are watching this morning, I hope you're well. And of course, you can get in contact with us here at the Super Series at MSS Darts on
60.
Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. James Phillips saying, I was wondering how long until that BBC incident was brought up. Cracking little link.
Cracking.
60.
Talking about cracking, Lipscomb's up next.
We enjoyed that one yesterday, didn't we? We thought the lights had gone out.
That was just a Molyneux instead.
Mark, you require 150.
My favourite finisher last year was the 3 bulls from Simon Whitlock on the Euro Tour.
$100.
It's a lovely last start. Like I said, you get some players where you just want them to sit above the bed. For McGeeney, the perfect dart for him is that position there. It is for Tay, where they just float him on top of it.
81. Mark, you require 50.
We did say McGeeney hasn't had a dart or a double. Barring a catastrophe here, he's going to get 2 darts at tops. And to get underway today.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Showing some
Mark
fighting
McGeeney.
qualities. It's still heavily advantaged to Terry Jenkins, who has the darts in this match. So Mark
5th
McGeeney
leg,
would have
it's
to
Terry
break
to
him
throw
twice
first.
and hold
Game
his
on.
own. So you would think Terry Jenkins is in an unassailable position right now.
96.
A treat from Dan Bateman, who's working. So he's going to miss the start, but he's going to catch up later on. His predictions are as follows. He reckons Duff's going to come good. Well, that's already come good in the opening game. He reckons Haynes is going to win the group easy.
45.
I don't think it's going to be easy now. Jenkins to have highest average. I can see that. And then O'Shea to have a better day.
Yes, he's been quite informative as Dan this week. So we do want more
26.
interaction. We're happy to answer any questions here. We're here for about 4 to 5 hours. So we're happy to discuss anything apart from the BBC.
55.
We can confirm that we've checked the seats, we've checked behind the
83.
radiators, and there's absolutely no phone in here. You are safe to watch with the kids. I couldn't believe what I was watching last night.
I don't know how he's kept
40.
himself together. Honestly, I would have been in pieces.
He said he couldn't hear them. It was that loud as well. He couldn't hear the responses from Inns.
135.
Now he knows what it's like to be in a room with Owen.
100. Terry require 161.
For the match. And to do it in style, he's going to come back.
97.
His second max of the week.
180. Terry
Too little,
requires
too late.
64.
So it's 64 for Jenkins for the match. He'll stay there for tops.
Game shot.
Tops, it
and
is
the
a
match.
competent
Terry
performance throughout
Jenkins.
by Terry Jenkins, who takes a well-deserved 4-1 victory. Mark McGeeney, magnanimous in defeat as always, but will be frustrated looking back at his game right now. For Jenkins, he moves into clear second place, and Johnny Haynes is looking behind him already. Next up we see, for the first time today, Adam Lipscombe and Tony O'Shea. We'll see you very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're 2 games in, and so far we've seen victories for Neil Duff and Terry Jenkins. The Bull coming through with a 4-1 victory in our last match. As you can see, superb finishing from the Bull in that one. 4 out of 7 on the outer ring. Mark McGeeney just not scoring as heavily as the Bull in that one, meaning Terry Jenkins was often down to a finish before Mark McGeeney could get a look in. As you can see, he pinned one of his 2 attempts at a double in that one. Not much in the averages, but it is a convincing victory for Jenkins in that one. And we can see what that does to the league standings, because it means that Jenkins closes that gap to just 2 points on Johnny Haynes, who of course was defeated in our opening game of this morning's session. Neil Duff coming through in that one. Next up, we've got Adam Lipscombe taking on Tony O'Shea. As you can see, O'Shea rock bottom of the league standings at the moment. He made the final the last time he was here, losing out to our very own Chris Mason, but he is not feeling confident about his chances of replicating that this time around. How will he kick off our 3rd day's action in Group A? Let's hand back to Double D to find out.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, there's Tony O'Shea in your picture. Legend's a word used very often in darts, but anyone watching what you see is what you get with him. For me, it's the first time I've really seen Adam up close and personal. On Monday, I think he learnt an awful lot about himself, and I thought yesterday at times he was really on the charge, and just there was a moment when he was 3-1 up against Terry Jenkins, and just a little bit of lack of composure at the end, a little bit of just maybe standing back and assessing the situation really cost him, and he could have been sat in 2nd place going into today's proceedings. I think for Tony O'Shea, he knows he can't win the group now, and he's here for a reason. Without the fear of repeating ourselves, he's here to get plenty of match practice in for the World Seniors, and he'd be very disappointed how it's gone back so far. He has his good friend here, Darryl Fitton, tomorrow, so no doubt he'll be bouncing off that, and sometimes it's nice to have that person around you as well, albeit that there'll be fierce opponents up there. But I'd love to see the best of Tony today, because in practice,
95.
both me and Henry have seen him, his throw looks as good as ever. But that transition onto the match conditions just hasn't worked.
60. $41.
So far Monday, Tuesday, Adam has beaten Tony O'Shea 4-1 and 4-2. Tony been wanting to correct that, but it's Adam who's come out the traps very nicely here.
39.
And the struggles of O'Shea continue.
$59.
And after 12 darts, Adam leaves himself a 3-dart finish. For O'Shea, he's a long way back.
45. Adam, you require 106.
So for an opening leg hold within the space of 15. Tops for Lipscombe.
86.
Not too far away, but he's going to return O'Shea all the way back on 281.
That would have felt good, that 106 finish, 15-dart opener. Just sort of pulled it back. And
100.
O'Shea, that's his best
Adam,
score of the day
20.
so far. And for Adam, he just wants to put this dart to bed. That's not ideal. Good marker.
10.
That's the frustration of someone like Adam. Done all the hard work getting down as a dart at the top of the 15-darter. But once you start messing around with doubles.
100.
How do you use the bullseye?
Adam, you require 10.
There? So someone like Johnny Haynes has been going 2-4-4, but for Adam,
Game shot on the first leg.
kings it.
Adam
You can see the
Lipscombe.
relief there, because he was much the better player throughout that. Looks very focused, very determined. And I think
Second
he's
leg, it's
really
Tony
enjoying
to
the
throw
experience
first.
this week.
Game on.
And he's learning all the time. I had a little chat with Adam after the session yesterday, and it's just the small, minute things he's just trying to adjust
85.
to the point where, knowing where the scoreboard is, he's so used to in competitions having a scoreboard literally right in his eye line as he's throwing either one way or the other.
47.
But having to actually then look to the side to find a scoreboard there, that's something that he's having to get used to. It's the small things that he's adjusting to, but now he's getting acclimatized to it with seeing the best stuff from him because he
77.
feels more at home.
Yeah, when I played in the BDO and they brought in the sort of the computer to the side. But luckily, County Darts sort of used that system before. But
60.
you know, to have where Charlie stood there, to have the scoreboard is what we were all used to in them days. So, but they're the kind of things we said on Monday. It might be a case of him just learning a few things. And I thought at times yesterday,
60.
he was the player of the day. It's just a little bit of, if he does self-reflect and look back, there was a couple of areas where he could have done better.
13.
It's something we say a lot, but it's piecing all the bits of the jigsaw puzzle together. And if he can do that, then he's got every chance. There's no doubt about that.
80. 100.
I'm beginning to feel how Gary Lineker and you worked on yesterday with all these noises in my logo.
Excuse me?
Yeah. I think we've got an owl. I think we've got an owl in the venue. Luckily, Adam and Tony can't hear it. Looking downstairs for
97.
a 97.
Tony require 156.
A finish we like. It's all about the first dart. And now it's just about setting it up, and that's absolutely perfect for Tony.
100.
Just keep it simple. He'll be happy with that. Gives him a 2-dart combination.
134.
Lovely setup from Adam.
Tony require 56.
And in the northeast, we call this and that. There's this.
Game
There's
shot on the
that.
second leg.
Much
Tony
better
O'Shea.
from Tony O'Shea. And you want that good feel factor. It's been a couple of days of just frustration.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
He's blown his fingers there, but I thought it was a lot warmer in the venue today. Very conducive to great darts.
156.
And that last dart was a Glenn Dusser dart.
Well, it hit the treble.
Yeah, just the wrong one.
100.
No apology or nothing.
97.
Good stuff. Good scorer, big scorer. Positives outweigh the negatives for Adam this week. Lovely guy. Met him for the first time on Monday.
125.
Hampshire County A player. Former strongman.
50.
2016 to 2019.
Best be careful what we say in the commentary box.
Exactly my next
96.
words. He was a Q school last week. And obviously it's challenge tour at the weekend, so
125.
he had a message off Andy Jenkins, what have you done? He felt like the priority should be the challenge tour for him. But Adam's absolutely to be
60.
delighted to be
Adam
here.
requires 73.
I was looking at a few of the ADC results last night. Lots of vault. Just as we look at this, 54. Just double checking with the referee.
33. Tony require 120.
He'd be disappointed with that because that was
100.
absolutely perfect. But it
Adam,
puts
you
the pressure on
require
this
40.
tops. And we'll know exactly how Adam is feeling
Game
after
shot
these
on the
3
third
darts.
leg. Adam Lipscombe.
Adam's not the greatest of scorers, Henry, and without harping on it, just tell me to shut up. But I had a guy in
Fourth
the
leg, it's
coaching
Tony
last
to
week,
throw
and
first.
honestly, the
Game
throw
on.
was to die for. And I was like, why is this guy not winning tournaments? What is wrong? What am I not seeing? Because it's one of the nicest throws I've ever come across in my coaching.
121.
And at the end, we play the invisible man at the end of the 2-hour session. So best of 5, 101s. He hit a 20 for 101
82.
finish, stood back and said, what does that leave, Glenn? So counting is really, really important for people because what was happening, it was taking him, say, 3 seconds to throw 3 darts to hit a
41.
140 or 180. 9, 10, 11 seconds on a finish because you're having to stop, count, stop, count. So that might be an area also for Adam that
80.
just keeps that fluency on his finishing, so he knows exactly what he wants because it can come back and bite you on the bottom. The better you get and the higher you go in the game.
And there's players that,
134.
even if they're not the best counters, what they try and do is they use association of pictures or certain patterns that then in turn
32.
recollects their mind back to this is what I then want from here.
Yeah, the sort of memorised shots, though. No, but the biggest one of everyone was Leonard Gates.
62.
Honestly, he could go and be as good as he wants to be because his scoring is up there with the very, very best in the world. But get him to 201 below, you know, he had real problems.
81.
I coached someone from
Tony
America and it was
Require,
exactly the same, scoring for
143.
fun, because they're used to playing on the soft tip where obviously the scoring's done for you. I won't mention coaching again, I promise.
93.
But it is an important point. Very important point, especially players, and this is a genuine point, players of like
65.
dyslexia or
Tony Require,
dyspraxia, where
50.
numbers can sometimes become a bit confusing.
Yeah.
Sometimes that association helps, as O'Shea wants to make an association with double 16,
18.
but he can't quite on this
Require,
occasion. And so can
161.
Lipscombe pull off a 161. He went the Heenahan way.
I think Rob Cross was the first to start all that, wasn't it? We're going the opposite way for doubles. Purely the fact that if your
24.
second dart is on the treble,
Tony Require,
then
32.
you're still up there for the double 12.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Much
Tony
better from
O'Shea.
O'Shea. I mean, the averages are not right home about, but I think the 2 points for Tony would be really, really important. And
Fifth leg, it's
be
Adam
great to
throw
see him have a good
first.
day today.
Game on.
He could still be very, very dangerous come Saturday night. We're already doing the permutations and the groups ready for tomorrow and tomorrow night. A few new names for me.
135.
And a name that I thought, why does that name ring a bell? Paul Linwood. And I think it goes all the way back to the World Masters around about 1988.
180.
I've been chatting with Nick Kenny, who's given me some information about him. He's still winning tournaments in the Gwent
95.
area, so it'll be interesting to see him. Richard Stride is a new one for me. Berkshire B player.
This is nothing new from O'Shea.
135.
I was looking for me 9 dart. What am I going to talk about here? I was telling Abby this morning my 9 dart
96.
finish. We're all different as commentators. I've got notes, give me words to remind me of things. And you get other commentators, just a blank piece of paper and it's just straight off the cuff.
40.
That was a chance for O'Shea there, Henry.
125. Tony Require, 146.
Chance he may not get back unless he takes out this 146, which isn't going to happen this time. And so Lipscombe returns to 50 to open up a 3-2 lead.
If you're wondering why he's going treble 19, 2 treble
46.
19s would have left his beloved
Adam
double
Require,
16.
50.
And this is the area for Adam. Good marker.
10.
Ooh, 2
Tony
well
Require,
thrown darts.
100.
And what hurts here, 100 finishes, all about this first dart. So options now, staying there for such a good mark for double 10.
80.
And what an opportunity. You
Adam,
can
you
see the
require
frustration
40.
there for Tony O'Shea. Because I don't think he expects Adam to miss this. But both on the wire.
30.
Unexpected
Require,
chance,
20.
but a big chance for the silverback. Lipscombe power scored in this leg. The troubles on the doubles is not something that
No
he may not be
score.
punished on.
Adam, you require
And that
10.
might be a happy accident for O'Shea, slipping into the 18 when it looked as if he was going for the 1. Lipscombe then double 5.
No
And
score.
he's bust as well.
Tony, you require 20.
People talk about averages. I can see the averages going down rapidly because of missed doubles.
15. Adam, you require 10.
I didn't expect this because after 9, 12 darts, they were both on a 3-dart finish. Now it's just getting scrappy.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Adam
Case of missed
Lipscombe.
doubles, but it's Adam Lipscombe that takes the 3-2 lead. Tony O'Shea, that leg probably
Sixth leg, it's
sums
Tony
up
to
his
throw
whole week.
first. Game on.
1 leg of darts. He'd done a lot of the hard work. And then when the options were there and the opportunities were there, you've got to grab them with both hands.
100. 140.
And that time 40 forces O'Shea out to bat now. In terms of permutations, a win for
65.
Lipscombe would put him on to 12 points. It would keep him with a squeak, but a lot of things are going to have to go his way.
140.
Group B is most likely going to be his fight. O'Shea, 6 points for a win here.
46.
It looks as if Lipscombe now 6 starts on 2-2-1 to see it out, to claim victory in his opening game of the day.
85.
It would complete the first round of fixtures for the day, and then we're going to see Neil Duff in action against Terry Jenkins. You sense that's effectively going to be a shooter as to who's going to be the man to take on Johnny Haynes for top spot
96.
at the
Adam, you require
end of the day in Group A.
136.
Lipscombe then 136, 6 for the match to get the better of O'Shea.
96.
He doesn't sort of show too much O'Shea, but the frustration will be burning inside him because he had opportunities.
74. Adam, you require
But
40.
after 12 darts, Adam wants tops.
Game, shot,
Clean,
and the match. Adam
proficient,
Lipscombe.
and a victory for Adam Lipscombe. The tail of the tape there is Tony O'Shea. Was all about that fifth leg. Both had 9 darts at missed doubles, but it's Adam Lipscombe that takes a 4-2 victory to join Neil Duff in 3rd place. Still all to play for. Need to improve on the checkouts. Tony O'Shea, once again, lot to think about. But it's Adam Lipscombe that moves on to 12 points. Next up, Neil Duff, Terry Jenkins. Don't miss that one.
Next up here then, Neil Duff against Terry Jenkins. Duff, the 4-1 winner in both meetings so far this week in very impressive fashion yesterday, a 92 average and one of his more clinical performances of the week. Of course, he's already got the better of the league leader this morning and could be level on points with his opponent with another win here. Let's hand over to Glenry to see how this one unfolds.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, very mightily impressive was Neil Duff in his first game. Really widened open this group, and Terry Jenkins followed suit. And Johnny Haynes will be a keen spectator on this game. A Terry Jenkins victory here will take on the same amount of points as Johnny Haynes. For Neil Duff, he'll be thinking 5 out of 5 today, and maybe I can just get that top of the table to himself. So all to play for, and a game that stood out to me when I seen the list this morning. Just sit back and enjoy and watch these two champions battle each other.
A champion of the present against a champion of the past. It's the sort of matchup that an event like the Super Series musters up and causes such intrigue and such interest. The sort of matchup you'll only see at the Super Series these days. Although these two will be meeting at the World Seniors. They may play each other at the World Seniors at the beginning of next month, February the 9th to the 12th. And these two will be two of the favourites to possibly go on and lift the title. We're having a little chat about it this morning. We reckon there's up to 10 players who have got a seriously good chance and got seriously good credentials to go on and lift the pot.
57.
I wasn't one of them. It's Neil Duff who's had the better Terry so far. And I think Johnny Haynes would take that again right now, because the last person you want breathing down your neck is Terry Jenkins. Yeah, but speaking to many players, I think the introduction of Scott Mitchell into the World Seniors now is just... I feel he's going to be a real heavy favourite. Those people are still thinking that the odds makers will be still looking at Taylor and Robert Thornton. But for me, I think Scott Mitchell becomes a big favourite. He's averaging well over 100. His scoring is as good as ever. And if he can just sort out a few of them doubles, he'd be my tip.
Yeah, huge signing that is for that event. And it has added a lot of intrigue and a lot of interest. I know he'd be tuning in at some point over lunchtime on the farm.
60.
We've been waiting for the real Neil Duff to stand up, haven't we? And he's got a dart at 117 for a 15 darter.
Neil, you require 170.
That's all you ask yourself with your darts. If you can make your opponent win in 12, Henry, then, that's job done. But 78, don't miss the 18. Leave yourself a 2-darter.
93, Terry, you require 120.
Just makes this 120. It's just a bit of a free roll. Good marker. Just adjusts himself on the hockey.
100.
Neil Duff hasn't been taking these opportunities as proficient as we know he can do. Is today the day he starts? So difficult to see with them blackouts, and that's the tail of the tape for Neil Duff this week. In them 3 darts, that sums up his week. You don't give this man chances on double 10.
Because that's the end outcome by and large. And Jenkins gets a break in the opening leg, and we said at the end of the last match that this is probably a shootout to see who really is the challenger to Johnny Haynes at the top of the table. You sense a loser, especially if it's Duff. The chances of challenging the punk could be ended.
135.
We did say yesterday, didn't we, at 4-1, Terry Jenkins was the better the day for value-wise.
29.
And thought we pretty much got it wrong the way Johnny Haynes just went on that fantastic run yesterday, but it's beginning to look good again because he's firing once again.
180.
If you're looking at the odds from the odds compiled before the day got underway, Johnny Haynes is a 1-6 shot with the bookmakers 59. To win the group. Terry Jenkins 9-2, and if you fancy Duff to do something remarkable, you could have got odds of 22-1 to do exactly that. Really? Haynes has now become the favourite for the week at 3-1. Neil Duff has come out to 5s.
The 12th maximum of the week for Terry Jenkins.
140. Terry, you require 86.
By far the biggest 180 hitter this week, and that sets him up nicely. He doesn't need to incorporate the bull, so he just sets it up nicely. 16 or 8.
46.
Leave his beloved tops. The perfect dart for Duff.
103. Terry, you require 40.
Just in case.
Game shot.
Not that he needed to worry. That's a 13 darter for Terry Jenkins. He's averaging a ton on the nose.
Third leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, the averages. Terry Jenkins,
100.
100.2. Neil Duff, just over 82.
Well, we did have a
100.
tweet earlier saying that they reckon that Terry Jenkins is going to have the best average of the day. Well, that could well be right. And of course, you can get in touch with your comments and observations via Facebook, Twitter,
100.
and Instagram, such as Tristan, who has asked this: what's more tiring, a whole day of playing darts or a whole day, as you see Jenkins go for 1-2-1? What's more tiring, a whole day of playing darts or a whole day of commentating in the commentary box with Henry Deacon?
Well, I thought this commentary would be a lot easier than I thought it would be. To sit and concentrate and looking at the players there. But I used to walk into the venue at Chelsea at 8 in the morning. More often than enough, without being too big-headed, I would reach the final at 11 o'clock at night. They were long, long days. But the concentration levels of being a commentator has surprised me. So I guess it's working with Henry Deacon, unfortunately.
Do you mean working with me is tiring? That's quite as the gallery's been all week as well.
Neil, you require 101.
101 for Duff. 92 left. So that's actually a little bit of a happy accident.
41. Terry, you require 120.
Won't be happy with that, but he has left a 2-darter. Jenkins just to sit on top of that. Maybe unfortunate.
100.
A lovely,
Neil,
lovely last dart.
60.
Just when we're beginning to think Neil Duff was going to go on a run, these are the type of finishes he needs to put away.
20.
Wasn't ideal that dart.
Terry, you require 20.
The imminent frustration. Because once again, Terry Jenkins on double 10, where he's been very solid on it this week. Surely.
15.
Just
Neil,
when you begin to think,
40.
you've worked this MODUS Super Series out, it's tops for Duff.
Game shot on the third leg. Neil Duff.
And there'll be immense relief there from Neil Duff because he came in today and I think he just had a little bit of eye of the tiger about him.
Terry to throw first.
All the
Game
plaudits were for him. The bookies were saying he was a heavy favourite, and all of a sudden he was just probably hadn't performed as well as he wanted to. And I think he came in today thinking
100.
Today's the day for me. A wonderful opener against Johnny Haynes. Chances against Terry Jenkins early on in this game, but that dart at double 5 there just gives him
100.
chances. Back to Twitter. Weekly Darkcast. Hello, guys. You do a brilliant job, by the way.
81.
Who would you like to draw, Glenn, in the seniors? Someone you've maybe always wanted to play or looked up to, etc. I would love to play Phil Taylor. Obviously, I can't play Phil Taylor because we're both seeded. Some of the non-seeds, which Henry alluded to yesterday, you know, Chris Mason, Scott Mitchell. Who were the others that we said that were really dangerous?
Gates, Mark Dubbridge.
83.
Yeah, so yeah, it's going to be a very, very tough one, no matter. Like I said, the way my game is right now, I'm hoping
100.
I get somebody which just stares a little bit of adrenaline into me, where the old Glenn will find something inside of me. That's the reason I'm doing the seniors. So
99.
Can't wait for the draw. I think it's on the 29th.
21.
Rumour has it you asked Matt Edgar what age he was on his passport. Double 18 for Duff for 1-2-1.
103.
Oh,
Terry
that would have been an incredible outshot. This could be just as spectacular, but Terry won't take out the 138.
28.
A couple of options with that 28 because 18, but he has it this double 9 clean before, and I think that's exactly the same spot as before. Neil Duff is on a bit of a march right now, and this is all good for the group. I think Johnny Haynes will be the one who's most happy.
Fifth leg, it's Neil to throw first.
It would give him a little bit of breathing space going forward.
And the averages here just bunched up because after the first couple of legs or so, Terry Jenkins was averaging a ton.
60.
Neil Duff was averaging 82. There you can see on your screen the averages now. 83 in comparison to 89. They have bunched up considerably. They've been cut in half as Terry Jenkins' lead has been cut altogether.
Another one on Twitter. Hi, Dozer. How do you see the future of WDF darts in comparison to the PDC?
100.
And particularly the events taken in Netherlands. Do you think that's a good thing? Well, there's no comparison between the WDF and PDC. One's amateur, one's professional. There's only one game to be involved with now, and that's the PDC. I think you've got to bring into consideration the fantastic work the ADC is doing, the partnership they have now with the MODUS Super Series as well.
100.
I love the guys who are behind the scenes at the WDF, but it's not the route I'd be taking if I was an amateur in the game right now. Some amazing competitions to still go to, the Isle of Man,
60.
the Dutch Open, Scottish Open, all them are give me wonderful, wonderful experiences. But if you want to play darts, you want to have aspirations to play in the PDC. But I wish them all the best. But if I was an amateur in the UK now, I'd be looking at the ADC website. Get yourself there and then get yourself to the MODUS Super Series to meet Henry Deegan.
We want people to want to play here and play darts like that.
But here comes Duff.
140. Terry, you require 121.
It was a flyer, but it leaves a 2-darter, and that means he can't finish. I just love the reaction of these players. Just being quite canny here, just making Neil Duff just wait
53.
just a little second.
Neil, you require 56.
Duffer does like his tops. And I was just about to say the hardest part is it in the double 16.
16.
And the difference there,
Terry
Henry.
requires
That was the
68.
perfect marker for what would have been his last start. You don't give Teddy Jenkins chances at 68, that's for sure.
Nice marker.
Game
Nice
shot on the
guide.
fifth leg.
And that's a breaker throw, which means Terry Jenkins is throwing for the match. 3 from 8 on the doubles, whereas Neil Duff 2 from 11. That's what's coming back to cost him here.
And these are the types of darts that you can come and see on Saturday night. We're here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And tickets are absolutely free at dartshop.tv. Just make it extra special for us. Just give these guys the atmosphere they deserve. They play for a magnificent prize of $5,000 this week.
140.
And then to put them in the finals week where they can win 20 grand. And ask Conan Whitehead what that feels like. They can change your route that you want to do darts. And it was nice to see that Conan's decided to go to Challenge 2 this week, Henry. I think the disappointment of last week really, really genuinely hurt him. But a couple of days to reflect.
60.
It was great to see yesterday that his entries are in because I am a massive fan of Conan Whitehead.
I don't think there's many people that isn't. So well respected on tour.
I remember him saying to me, "You don't like me, do you, Glenn?"
137.
I remember, and I was like, "Oh my God, that is total opposite." You know, the fact I'm sitting chatting with you right now. I've always liked Conan. I just think he's big, intimidating
97.
character, but he's a gentle giant as well at the same time. It's looking good now for, so it'll be treble 18.
98.
Gives him a chance to win the match and to keep tabs on Haynes. Duff can only apply pressure, but it's been his missed doubles,
Terry
9 of them in
68.
total, which has come back to plague him. And so Jenkins now, this 68 combination again to win in the match. Double 4, now down for 2s. They never lose, but they won't win in the
64.
game this time.
Neil, you require 120.
How many times have we seen people want 120 already this morning? And that's not the ideal dart for Neil. He has to move across the hockey. What a dart that is.
100.
Oh, I really fancied that to go
Terry,
in.
you require 4.
That's Jenkins sprints to the hockey. Good marker. Madhouse.
No score.
Mad dart.
Neil, you require 20.
They call it madness. Madness. They call it madness,
Terry,
but
you
Jenkins
require
is back
4.
for a chance to win the match. One more.
No score.
One more chance for Duff.
Neil, you require
Terry
20.
Jenkins, who had a doubles ratio of more than 1 in 3 before this leg, is now 3 from 16.
Game
And
shot on the
Duff
sixth leg.
capitalises.
Neil
And we
Duff.
go all the way to a deciding leg. A show of respect between the pair. It's Duff with the darts.
7th and final leg. It's Neil to
The
throw
decisive
first.
moment, the
Game
fact
on.
that Neil Duff is thrown first, and the reaction there from Terry Jenkins, who's shaking his head, knowing he's had the chances. But Neil Duff, that is not the
70.
start you want. But that treble 20 could have bailed him out. So how do you recover when you miss darts like that for a
100.
match? And quite simply, the word comes to me is experience. Because Terry Jenkins, that will have happened to him 1,000 times. And he will brush that aside, despite the fact he's shaking his head.
81.
Look at him. He's sprinting to the hockey there. That is experience, because he just wants to right the wrongs. And look at the way they're going. Look at the way he's gritting his teeth there.
140.
Not worrying about it. These younger players can be thinking about what might have been, what could have been. Failure is so close to success in darts.
45.
Millimetres. But just look at him sprinting to the hockey. He's barely getting his darts out. That is the difference.
100.
The bull is making a charge towards the line. You can see the line in front of him.
45.
You may begin to see
Terry, you require 81.
Johnny Haynes on the horizon as well. Goes bullseye route. Duff back on 260.
56 left now. At his pump, he would have known exactly what he needed. Was he being cute to give him
Game,
time? But
shot,
Terry
and the
Jenkins,
Terry
what
Jenkins.
a final leg of darts that was. A 12-darter to take that match. That match had absolutely everything. But a wonderfully executed, balanced performance from Terry Jenkins there. And in that last dart, experience superseded inexperience. He knew exactly what he needed to do. His march continues. Johnny Haynes, you have now got Terry Jenkins on your shoulder. What can you do about it? You're up next against Tony O'Shea.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can book your free tickets for this Saturday night's action by visiting dartshop.tv. But back here, the final day of Group A action, we spoke at the start of the day about O'Shea's frustration so far this week. That was highlighted in his opening game of the day as he squandered multiple opportunities to edge in front with the scores tied at 2 apiece. He's looking for his third win of the week, but he's taken on the man at the top of the league standings with a bull breathing down his neck in Johnny Haynes. Let's tuck into this one then. Dozer and Deacon, back over to you.
Thank you, Abby. And for O'Shea, the Stockport slinger, he's looking to arrest a slide. His last victory came against Neil Duff. That was the second game he played in yesterday's session. So effectively now playing his second game of this session, he's about a day without a win. But can he get it against the man at the top of the table? When he beat Neil Duff yesterday, Duff was the table topper. So maybe there's something about the bookending battle which is making the Silverback play like the man who made 3 World Finals.
Yeah. Penny for your thoughts to Johnny Haynes right now. I mean, the disastrous scenario was losing your game and then seeing Terry Jenkins win his opening 2. That's become a reality now. He has got the type of personality not to worry or consider, but all of a sudden that 6-point lead that he potentially had.
First leg, it's
been
Tony to
drained
throw
away from
first.
yesterday. And
Game
with
on.
Teddy winning his last game last night, 2 today. That 6 points is now he's on level playing field. But this is an opportunity. Tony's nowhere near his best. And Johnny Haynes will probably think, and Tony, just leave it like that.
78.
I don't like that second dart he threw there. That's just the type
100.
of darts that Johnny Haynes has threw since Monday morning. Just steady, steady. Nice pace about his game. You're not going to get any histrionics. You're not going to get any arm waving, shaking of heads.
140.
You're just going to get a very solid performance from the punk.
Are we going to learn a lot more about Johnny Haynes now in this scenario? Because he lost the opening
81.
game. He's seen Jenkins on the charge. Are we going to now learn a lot more about him, potentially in this game against O'Shea?
Well, if Johnny loses this game, he'll feel the punk.
100.
He will feel like Johnny Rotten. So it's a big game for him. And I probably didn't expect him to say that so early in the morning.
140.
He needs to be vicious. All my punk analogies in one sentence there, Henry.
57.
I had to get out at some point.
People say I'm boring.
Never.
60. Tony, you require
So you'll
126.
see Tony go down in the 19s for 126. Another one of them. That'll leave double 6.
114.
Not a
Johnny,
bad
you
opener for
require
Tony.
120.
That would have been the cherry on the cake. And once again, how many times have we said that 120 is required? Many, many times. They're just peppering the treble. Lovely
100.
setup.
Tony, you require
Puts
12.
pressure on Tony here for a holder throw. Good marker.
6.
Frustration. There's
Johnny,
the
you
shoulders
require
dip,
20.
the shake of the head. Johnny Haynes will be thinking, I must take these chances. He loves double
Game shot
tenders,
the
Johnny.
first leg. Johnny Haynes.
And the frustration from O'Shea there is evident.
O'Shea, who
Second leg, it's
missed
Johnny
4
to throw
darts at
first.
double
Game
to
on.
win that opening leg. It was a really good first leg in the scoring department for O'Shea. Well, they were dead level in the scoring department in the
85.
opener.
Just seems to be them doubles. So it might be a case I'm trying to get me scoring power going in this practicing. Just get that balance right then.
100.
Because this is a much better performance on the treble 20 bed from Tony. But it can be a long, long week. But I'm sure he's experienced to know that tomorrow morning, everything starts on
100.
0 again. And he can go. He's got 3 days practice going into it.
I don't want to speak too soon, but I'm just getting the feeling Tony's just beginning to find something
59.
rhythmically. Just something that, and I don't know whether it's something you can possibly draw upon that. Obviously, Tony's not played a lot of competitive match action recently, so sometimes it's just
100.
little bits that are stored away, which you're just trying to eke out. Maybe he's played a bit short. That's what's coming to him now.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he's here. Like I said, without repeating ourselves, the fear of doing that is just
97.
he's here for the World Seniors, you know, in mind. And He's just got one of them throws though where it's just, if it's working, it's, you know, it's silky smooth at its best, and he's so busy on the exhibition
100.
circuit as well, and you know, he's probably getting them match conditions there. There's people who are going to get positives and negatives from this week, getting ready for the seniors, and Tony's got a lot to think about, but it's
55.
It's not over
Johnny, you
yet.
require 160.
You know, that group in the morning is very, very winnable for Tony O'Shea, and I'll be, you know, nearly have Darryl with him. We could see a new beast tomorrow.
98.
He needs to start pumping that chest. Start singing "Hey Baby" in your mind.
54.
So I
Johnny,
don't
you
sing it on stage,
require
might be a bit
80.
off-putting.
I tell you what I would say, Henry. A crowd could be good for Tony. And there he goes, setting up that double 4.
14.
Tony
Tony, you require
still has an outside chance.
136.
2 darts at the treble 20. He might go downstairs now, but no, he likes to stay on that treble 20 bed, but that's the fear. Where you've got a big
40.
open bed on
Johnny,
the
you
19s
require
there.
4.
Double 2. For leg 2, up for the madhouse.
Haynes shot on the second leg. Johnny
Those
Haynes.
doubles were a roller coaster. But he got there in the end. And there's Tony. Just look,
Third leg,
that's
it's
what
Tony
I'm
to throw first.
that's what I
Game
get
on.
fascinated about these days. Just sort of seeing the demeanours of players, and Tony's too just nice to be sulking and waving his arms
100.
about. But he'd be hurting. I'd love to grab hold of him and say, you know, new day tomorrow, Tony. Just enjoy the darts. That's what you do best. You're up against someone who's playing really, really
85.
solid at the moment. Myself and Henry are on Twitter at MSS Darts.
100.
That does a 180. It's great to get your questions in, I won't lie.
$140.
Perfect dart for O'Shea. Begging for a max.
140.
Yeah, 14 maximums from Terry Jenkins this week.
100.
Tony sat on
Tony
7.
require 161.
And even though Johnny's been dominating the group, it's more been his doubles because he's only at 8 maximums this week.
137.
This is much, much better from Tony O'Shea.
Double 12 to bring it back to within 2-1. Averaging 86, which
100.
is above the level we've
Tony
seen for him for a
required
lot of
24.
games this week. Let's see if he can nail this 13 across for sixes. And
Game
this
shot
time
on
it
the third
goes.
leg.
He
Tony
missed that on
O'Shea.
the back of a 1-2-6 in the opening leg. It then came back to cost him because he then missed another 3 at double. But he gets
Fourth
it
leg,
this
it's Johnny
time.
to throw first.
And it's now
Game on.
2-1 to Johnny Haynes.
$100.
His
45.
highest average on Monday was 83.81. Just having a look at yesterday's statistics for O'Shea.
45.
Broke out the 80s on just 2 occasions. So at the minute, this is
140.
approaching some of the best darts we've seen from him this week.
Yeah, the fact he's not hit over a 90 average will be a concern for Tony because, you know, he's got that in the locker.
95.
But this is definitely the best Tony O'Shea I've seen for 48 hours. That double 6 in the first leg will really
100.
hurt. But his scoring power has been good, but the startling statistic is on the checkouts 1 from 6. 16%. You're just
100.
not going to win matches when you're on them type of averages, especially against tabletopper Johnny Haynes.
100.
Hey, baby. Oh, beautiful
Johnny
darts
require 161.
for the Hey Baby man.
It's 8th of the week. Oh, the hard work is done.
137.
You have to
Tony
put the double
required
18 away.
36.
And
Game
you saw
shot
the
on the
grimace after that
foreplay.
first dart
Tony
because
O'Shea.
dart players don't like that double 9. That could be a moment for Tony O'Shea.
And
Fifth leg,
just
it's Tony
watch
to
that
throw
release
first.
of
Game on.
emotion there from O'Shea. I think it's the first time we've really seen that silverback grimace this week. Just look at him now. The eyes
81.
are steeled. The arm is flowing. I said a couple of legs ago, it just looks like Tony's clicking a bit here. And that is
85.
exactly what's happening.
And Johnny just showing signs of distress. He didn't like that big 5 there.
121.
Tony's pummeling that treble 20 right now. Just needs to turn them into a couple of 140s and 80s, but very consistent.
140.
They've both got the same 3 140s, the one max from O'Shea. Is this the second?
140.
And that's a concern there, because if he looks at the scoreboard now, and you'll see, he'll just realise, but he possibly felt that
140.
couldn't miss that last one, but you've got to remember percentages, because you minimum he should have left there was 160. He should use the 19s now.
97. Johnny, you require 136.
Board management. So 136 for Haynes. O'Shea 62 for a 3-2 lead,
42.
averaging
Tony requires
92.41. This has been a
62.
quality encounter, and if he gets this, he's one away from the match, and he really does make things really interesting in the group. One
Game
dart at
shot on
double
the fifth
16 is
leg.
pinned,
Tony
and the way
O'Shea.
O'Shea's playing, he's playing with a confidence that he's not going to miss anything at the minute.
He's playing for how's he going to do
Sixth
in
leg,
Group
it's
B
Johnny
or C, wherever he gets.
Game on.
That's what he's thinking right now.
Someone thought it would break at the end of this leg.
135.
I was checking where the phones behind the radiator were at one point then.
40.
First thing I told you, Glenn, is to put it on silent.
59.
What's his surname? Danny, who was with Paul Inch yesterday. What they call the guy? Who was...
Danny Murphy.
He was in real panic mode. This is super stuff from O'Shea.
125.
Super stuff. Look at the averages here.
$60.
As we come to the end of this game, the averages, Johnny Haynes
100.
91.61. And we said Tony's been looking for his first 90 average of the week. Just shy of 91. Quality affair.
99.
In old school, both averaging over 30.
Could do with a ton here.
60. Johnny, you require
Haynes is going to get 6 on 148.
O'Shea be thinking, well, I've got the darts last leg. I think I can hear Terry Jenkins saying, come on, Tony.
60.
I thought of Terry Jenkins singing, hey, baby.
And his roommate do him an almighty favour.
104. Johnny, you require 88.
Makes things interesting. Haynes 88 to stay in the game. O'Shea on 72 to win it. 68 left, so he's going to get one dart at the ball.
Game
oh,
shot
that
sixth
could
leg.
be the
Johnny
biggest
Haynes.
dart of his week so far.
Just look at the O'Shea reaction there.
So then final leg, it's
Just look
Tony
at the
to throw
O'Shea
first.
reaction, just-
Game on.
That just sums up my week, he's thinking. Ah, that's a bad dart for O'Shea. Because in that... oh,
26.
I'll tell you what he's thinking right at that point. It's 3-3. Just give me a ton. A 140 would be nice. And when you slice into a 1 and a 5, that's hard to react
87.
from. That's not the end of the world, 87. But after that first dart, Tony needs to get back in that 140 bed. Perfect.
100.
Lovely throwing darts, Tony O'Shea.
Final leg in the offing.
82.
Who do you make favourite? 50 head, but Tony's dart. Whose position would you like being, Will? I know now after that first dart.
Definitely now. The silverback is putting on the
140.
afterburners.
There's Charlie's shoes there. Not as good as Owen yesterday. He needs to polish them.
60.
Well polished man is our Owen.
$125.
Tony O'Shea, where have you been all week? Your scoring boots are certainly here now. If you can just complement that with the outer ring.
100.
This would be
Tony
nice.
require 110.
6 darts. O'Shea, heavy favourite. Set it up nicely on the 16s.
59.
That's not the end of the world. That leaves a 2-dart combination. It's over to you, Silverback.
51 for the match. His last victory came against a player at the top of the
60.
table.
Tony
That was
require
Neil Duff.
51.
Johnny Haynes, the man who currently occupies that position, could well be beaten. Double 16 for Tony O'Shea.
Game, shot, and the
Hey,
match.
baby.
Tony O'Shea.
I want to know where that's come from, because Tony O'Shea has put in his performance of the week to get the better of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 3. And it really does open up the doors of opportunity for Terry Jenkins. The pair locked level on points. And we're going to see Jenkins in action in a few games' time. But now the battle for Group B positions is what's going to take full focus in our next encounter when Mark McGeeney takes on Adam Lipscombe.
Next up then, Mark McGeeney against Adam Lipscombe for you this morning. We've only had 3 whitewash wins in Group A, 2 of them coming in this fixture. McGeeney, the 4-0 winner on Monday, Lipscombe returning the favour yesterday. Of course, Lipscombe winning his opening match of the day despite missing 13 at a double. Can McGeeney prevent him from moving up to 3rd in the table? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, I think for me, this game's all about Adam Lipscombe. He's sat on 12 points. Still a very outside chance of winning the group today. For Mark McGeeney, many thoughts. I'm sure he's reflecting on how the week's been, but he's the type of character who's got the game to go all the way. and I think he'll already be thinking of Group B and C to play for right now. He probably needs something where a real spark to say, look, my game's still there. You know, the guy in your picture right now was 6 legs away from being a Pro Tour a card holder this week. You know, the frustration must be imminent. It must be really evident, and you know, it's been a difficult week for him, but it's not over, and they're the kind of positives that the right people around him should be giving him.
First leg,
for Adam,
to throw
it's
first.
been a success for me.
Game on.
I think he'll have loved the experience, and a big win here. He's still poking his head above the parapet to say, I'm still here, and I'm looking for 5 out of 5 today.
And that's the only mentality
60.
that you should really hold. And I think we both spoke about Adam this morning is now he's settled in. Well, he's settled into this game most definitely. He's hit a max of his opening visit. He's had a couple of days and he's becoming more acclimatised to this environment. I think you're going to see a proper
95.
player come out here. Oh, come on then.
82.
For a second, he was teasing the 9.
It's week 11. We're getting really close now to the Champions Week. Jim McEwen, Justin Smith, Jamie
60.
Kellen, Raymond Smith, very impressive. Adam Mould, Alexander Merckx, Colin Osborne, Graham Usher, Adam Warner, Matt Clark.
139.
Who've won for the first 10 weeks. Some wonderful names there. Some interesting scenarios maybe still to come, but I can't wait for that week, Henry.
I'm going to put you on the spot,
Adam, you
Glenn,
require 100.
in a second because Lipscomb's left a ton after 9. Tops for an 11 dart leg, double 10 for 12.
90.
He's going to come back.
If Adam Lipscomb could just sort of finish these sort of big finishes, these
100.
2 dart,
Adam, you
3 dart
require 10.
combinations, his averages would be sky high. This is the area of him which
Game shot on the first
needs the
leg.
improvement
Adam
to take,
Lipscomb.
you know, 90 averages into 100, 110. He has got the game super impressive. And
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first.
a
Game
lovely
on.
14 dart break. For McGeeney, the troubles continue. And just look at him, head down, shoulders down.
140.
That, Henry, is a beaten man. But I'm telling you, the guy is a champ. The guy can win this tournament Saturday night. And I think he's already thinking of Thursday and Friday.
85.
Mark and Tony, it will most likely be a scenario where they'll be back tomorrow and Friday
100.
morning. Remember, 2nd and 3rd get into Group B. That's the evening session where 3 from 5 go through. 4th, 5th and 6th return for Group C. Now that is a 6-player group with only 2 progressing.
85.
There is a distinct advantage about playing in Group B. Just think we're having a little bit of a technical issue here. Adam's just having a look at Charlie, just having a look at the scoreboard. So let's head back into the commentary box where I'm joined alongside Glenn. I mean, let's just round up what we've seen so far. Johnny Haynes, 4 points clear at the beginning of the session. He'd seen that lead whittled down now to, well, it's non-existent. Him and Jenkins are dead level on points. There's a couple of legs in it in terms of the legs difference. How crucial is Johnny's next match going to be just to get that victory on the board?
Well, I was asked the question
Adam's
very
last
early
score
doors.
is 100.
I was asked the question very early doors about do I think that he would go on and win it? And I just thought he had the experience that he's probably been there and done it. Had Adam been at the top and had a big lead, it could have been very, very difficult for him because of the inexperience. I'm as surprised as anyone.
32.
But as a neutral for the group, you know, happy the fact that it's all to play for right now. But Johnny Haynes has got a lot to think about. You know, yesterday he went 5 out of 5 on the wins. Today he's played 2, lost
80.
2 when he needed them wins most.
$85.
And next time we come to the comms box, can you give me opportunity to breathe in?
Yeah, I need to get on the
134.
weights.
Adam, you require 144.
144 for Lipscomb for a 2-0 lead. Not going to happen this time. So McGeeney's going to get a chance on the 117. And credit to both players to have that little bit of a stoppage in play. Both have come back and restarted well. But that was a slack dart there from McGeeney.
29. Adam, you require 100.
I like the balance of his dart he was using in the second part of the games yesterday. And tops again.
80. Mark, you require 88.
I think he thought that was in, looking at his reaction there. 88, you may see the bull come into consideration here. That's exactly that.
63.
Really
Adam,
too close on that
20.
bull this week. And this is the area of the game for Adam that I don't have all the confidence in the world.
Game shot on the second
Proves me
leg.
wrong.
Adam
It's
Lipscombe.
2-0. This is impressive. Mark McGeeney is a top-class player. He's not at the races
Third
right
leg,
at
it's
this
smart
moment.
to throw first. Game
Dart
on.
is such a mental game as well. It's about confidence. There's times when Mark McGeeney could close his eyes and pop in a 180. And then there's times where it's an effort just to throw a big 60. But
140.
I think he had his blindfold on there because that was a great start to this leg.
Lipscomb, who is averaging 88.41 at this particular juncture.
That was the. I've just seen something with Mark there. Just he's all about that follow through. That first dart.
135.
If we could have got a repeat on that, his follow through was absolutely Tony O'Shea-esque. And the other two, albeit
55.
one of them going in the treble, was half-hearted. When he finishes his follow-through process, he's playing well. There, like that. Did you see the hand touching the floor? Now watch it there. Beautiful. He has not been thrown a dart like that.
100.
That is the best 3 darts I've identified for Mark this week. When his follow-through is right and it's not half-hearted. How do I know? Because
100.
my follow-through is
Mark
as
to require
half-hearted as it comes right at this
126.
moment.
It was a pull back, wasn't it? Not a full release yesterday.
Yeah, and he did on a couple of the darts already today. But them darts there had the
54.
full follow-through. It's so key for anyone. Don't try and think when you're throwing a dart of getting the follow-through right. Because there's
85.
processes
Mark
before
requires
that.
72.
That's the science of the game. When the game is easy, you don't be thinking like anything like this. But when you're sat analysing for tops,
Game shot on the third leg.
a good
Mark
leg of darts
McGeeney.
on Mark McGeeney. And if I could get a word in his ear, I would just sort of say to him, when your follow
Fourth
through
leg,
is
it's Adam
right,
to throw first.
you're still pinging
Game
in
on.
15 darters, my friend.
47.
No, that's good darts, Mark. You can see his frustration is in his head there, but this is the best I've seen his throw all week.
Just going to have a little bit more of a look now on this
60.
side-on camera shot of exactly what you're trying to demonstrate here.
Just the end process. And yesterday was not finishing there. This is the bet that it's there. Even though it went in the treble 20, there.
140.
So their sort of is not finishing when his fingers are pointing to the floor at the end. Look at the way Adam's thrown. Look at the final bit. That means the whole
100.
process. You're finishing your arm. I always say you're throwing with fear when you throw, when you're sort of jabbing just at the end. That's the best dart for Mark McGeeney. Fluent at the end. See how it's sticking up at the end there? Because he's not finishing off. It's like
140.
a flick of the dart going in rather than the whole follow-through going in. And that's just the kind of things I'm seeing. The real positives of Mark McGeeney.
137. Mark, you
all
require
this week,
161.
We've sort of talked about the fact that it's just been a little bit three-quarter, a little bit half-hearted. This is good stuff from McGeeney.
55. Adam, you require 157.
McGeeney back for the mid-range 106 to break back to bring the game
97. Mark, you require
back on to throw and back
106.
level at 2 apiece.
This is where he was deadly at Henry at his best. He was just getting ready for the next leg when he wanted this type of finish. The double 16.
Game shot on the
McGeeney
fourth
is showing signs
McGeeney.
from somewhere that he's beginning to throw his best darts. He's just shy of 90 again. This
Fifth leg,
is
it's marked to
much,
throw
much
first.
better.
Game on.
And he probably doesn't even realise the subtle changes he's doing with his throw there. But that's perfect. Perfect. Love it.
180.
And that's why they're winning 180s. Not thrown with any worry, any concern. And like you said, what are you talking about,
82.
Durham? Because I can see it in myself sometimes. I'm just not finishing and enjoying the throw. There, that wasn't a great down. Not a treble 20. Come on, Mark McGeeney.
140.
Much, much better. Playing like the gladiator we know he is.
140.
Averaging 93.65 at this present moment in time. Lipscomb himself is averaging just under 88. As you can see here, this is a proper tungsten tussle.
145.
Fantastic, Mark McGeeney. Put a 10 darter from absolutely nowhere.
57. Mark your required.
This is what he was doing at
36.
Q School last week. This is what he was doing in 2017 to 19.
Game shot on the fifth
Super
leg.
darts, Mark McGeeney. 3-2 lead from 2-0 down. Demeanour's different.
Sixth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
And this just, for me, if I was in that position right now, I'd be thinking, I'm going to be tough to beat tomorrow.
100.
We all start on 0 again. Let's put to bed exactly what's happened in Group A. Because all of a sudden, he's getting his rhythm back. He's getting his belief back. And he's
60.
getting back to winning ways.
And how difficult is it in these scenarios when you're going to be tense
59.
and things like that, and you're in that heat of battle, to try and make sure the action's fluent and you are hyperextending? You know, something that maybe a lot of people who are new to the game or playing Super League trying to improve might want to take note of.
Yeah, there's absolutely no hyperextension at all
85.
with him. It's just the fact that he's just 3/4 throwing a dart. And why is he now throwing it well? Because, as you alluded to there, there's not an awful lot for him to play for right
85.
now. Apart from, is he going to be in Group B or Group C? So now he's just relaxed. He's just throwing the darts we know he can. It would be interesting. That's nice. That's nice rhythm.
100.
Especially that last dart there. This is like a different Mark McGeeney to what we've seen this week. Adam hasn't changed at all. If I was
139.
assessing Adam, it's from now. From this 118 Henry is where I would be assessing Adam, because I absolutely wouldn't touch a thing with his game from 501 to 201.
100.
Good stuff, Mark
Adam, you
McGeeney.
require 118.
Treble 20. He'll stay there for double 19.
80.
This is a
Mark,
proper
you
game.
require 156.
This would be a proper way to finish. Another. Would have left double 18. It would have been some way to have rounded off a really good
100.
performance. He's averaging
Adam, you require
93.7.
38.
Lipscomb, 38, will go straight for the double 19. Has to pick a side. Probably has to move to the left.
No
He
score.
moves to the right. To no success, to no
require
avail.
56.
And so McGeeney now, 56, to seal a 4-2 success. To get himself on the board. To
Game,
claim
shots,
victory
and the match.
against
Mark
Lipscomb
McGeeney.
with a 93.5 average. A really, really good performance from the Gladiator. McGeeney the victor against Lipscomb. And look at the little cheer as well from the Gladiator there. 93.49 average. One max in the match. That brilliant 106 finish. A really good, really polished performance there by Mark McGeeney to get the better of Adam Lipscomb by 4 legs to 2. We're going to take a break, and coming up after this is Neil Duff in action up against Tony O'Shea. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. I'm joined by Glenn Durrant. That almost wasn't the case, though, because I believe Mark McGeeney just dragged you to one
Yes, I
side.
had a little bit of a telling off there from Neil Duff as well, so no coaching, Glenn, but it was nice to see Mark McGeeney playing like that.
Yeah, an absolutely superb performance from him there. We'll bring up the match stats. He was 2-0 down in this one. To come back, average 93.5 in that game. What does that tell you about his mentality and his mindset?
Well, I just sort of grabbed and he said it's the first time he's felt comfortable since the first dart he threw on Monday, and quite simply, his rhythm was so much better. His follow-through was like the Mark McGeeney of old. It was a very subtle change. He's more relaxed, doesn't have a lot to play for. No tension or anxiety. That's conducive to a good Mark McGeeney. Simple.
It's quite interesting as well. We saw similar from Tony O'Shea in his last match, and it's quite interesting when you speak to players, legends of the game, like Mervyn King says similar, that at this stage of his career, he's unable to rely on that standard just being there. He doesn't know whether it's going to be there for him. Would you say that's probably the same for some of these?
It does, and certainly in Merv King's sort of point of view and his analysis of things. But for Tony O'Shea, his rhythm and his throw's been really good. It's been difficult to work out why he hasn't been at his best. But I think all players today have looked so much better. And what that means, it all goes well for the rest of the week. Maybe people have just taken time to get into it. And it wouldn't surprise me to see any of these 6 players lift the title on Saturday night.
Yeah, let's have a look at the league table at this point. And it's Terry Jenkins, you have to say, he's timed his run to perfection, hasn't he? Because he was superb on Monday, had a slight dip yesterday, still able to pick up points. And today he looks very, very good again.
Johnny Haynes has just said to me, Glenn, I'm struggling to get over the treble 20 bed. That shows a little bit of sign of distress for the first time. I said, don't overthink. Don't think too much about the situation, because yesterday you looked unbeatable. And he went, Glenn, I don't think.
And yeah, it's probably best as a darts player not to think too much, isn't it? But Neil Duff is someone who's put in 2 contrasting performances on the outer ring, 50% checkout success against Johnny Haynes in his opening game. Then he missed 13 darts, or 12 darts, sorry, at double in his second match. How do you get over that? Because it must be incredibly frustrating.
Experience sort of comes into it as well, and these players have been there and done it. You know, the guys who are over 50, you know, they've had scenarios where they've missed doubles. They've just got to forget that. It's easier said than done when someone says, don't, you know, try to forget this. It's frustrating, but, you know, he's up against a real legend himself here, and he's been okay, Neil Duff, today. I think he'll have seen the positives for the first time this week. It's an outside chance for him still to top the group, but must win coming up.
Most definitely. Right then, let's hand back over to our screamer. Henry, back to you.
Thank you, Abby. Neil Duff up against Tony O'Shea is the beginning of the 3rd round of the day here at the MODUS Super Series. Duff, the 50-year-old from Ballyclare, the reigning WDF World Champion, is the Duff man up against him, 61-year-old Tony O'Shea from Stockport, 24-gram target dart, and a 3-time World Championship runner-up. Here's the silverback. In the meeting between this pair yesterday, it was O'Shea who came out with the spoils, a victor by 4 legs to 1. What's going to happen in this particular darting ding-dong? As we know, things are really hotting up in the table. Haynes leading Jenkins by just 1 leg in the legs difference. Duff can pull within 2 points, and after a previous defeat for Adam Lipscombe against Mark McGeeney,
43,
will put himself in pole position to claim a Group B berth.
85.
For O'Shea, most probably we're going to be seeing him on Thursday and Friday morning here at the Super Series, alongside his good friend Darryl Fitton. I'm sure that's going to be quite the entertainment on and off the hockey.
140.
I believe some of our technical staff are going to be doing some VT features involving that pair. But I've got to say, O'Shea
140.
seems to have flicked a switch and may have just lit up the blue touch paper a bit here.
100.
Because in his previous match, an 89 average against Johnny Haynes, good quality encounter that. And he's come out the gates here against Duff. All
94.
guns are blazing. The only problem for O'Shea is Duff has the darts and he's playing to a similar standard.
100.
So it's going to
Neil,
be
you
the Duff
require
man with
84.
first poke on this 84. It's going to get 2 darts at double 12. Just steps back and
72.
grips and re-aims, and
Tony
so that
requires
miss means O'Shea will get
76.
the chance that his play is probably warranted in this opening leg.
And tops for O'Shea.
36.
It's quite dangerous,
Neil,
his
you
job as a
require
commentator.
12.
Just being grabbed by Johnny Haynes. Glenn, I don't wear tracky bottoms.
Game shot on the first
Neil
leg.
Duff opens
Neil
up with a
Duff.
double 6 there to take the lead. I don't wear tracky bottoms, I wear camouflage bottoms.
Second leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Nice to see O'Shea just looking more like himself. And for Neil Duff right now, he'd be
85.
fairly happy. That defeat against Teddy Jenkins will hurt, but that last leg by Jenkins, even the best in the world, would struggle to stay with that. But it's been a much better start.
44.
And on Monday morning when we started, he was a heavy favourite to win this group. But he's still showing signs that come Saturday night, the frustration he had from week 2 here at MODUS, where he said, get me back quickly. He's getting his opportunity this week. It could still be a very dangerous commodity.
100.
Week 11.
Go on then, what happened with Johnny?
Yeah, he said, hey, by the way, Glenn, and he grabbed me. I said, by the way, I don't wear tracksuit bottoms, I wear camouflage bottoms.
121.
I said, there's no need to be vicious, I said.
$100. Tony require 155.
Dangerous game, this commentary. Tony O'Shea, one of the best commentators in the game. Also, one of the best players in the game.
99.
Hopefully it's a route that more players will take up as well over time.
100. Tony require 56.
Well, O'Shea got his first 90 average. Oh, just shy last time. This time he's averaging over a ton. Is that going to be a hindrance? Dropping his dart.
Game shot on the
Keep
second
dropping your
leg.
darts, Tony O'Shea. As there's a wry smile there. Good start to this match. Very competitive. Both averaging over 90.
To throw first.
It's now
Game
a best
on.
of 5. And it's now game on. Just feel, Henry, if Duff loses this game, it's now a 2-horse race.
125.
And then even still, the race of Group B isn't over for the Duff man. But O'Shea here is really playing the role of spoiler, isn't he, in this group?
60.
Yeah, a few concerns. We called Johnny Haynes the spoiler Monday, but he's just been seen he's struggling to reach the treble 20.
140.
And I said, that's what happens when a bit of tension comes onto your game, a little bit of thinking, and he was like, I don't think, Glenn.
121.
Mark McGeeney had the biggest smile on his face as I went by there, Henry. He said, for the first time since Monday morning,
83.
Good to see, good to hear. Although I have to say, if
60.
the
Neil, you
table stays
require
as it is now,
153.
we'll discuss this a bit more in the next leg because Duff's on 153. It's not going to happen now, but if the table stays as it is, Lipscomb, McGeeney and O'Shea are the 3 that drop into Group C.
60.
Add Fitton in the mix, that is some group.
well, Fitton, O'Shea and McGeeney have played in the same local league team. I'd want to be the opposite to that.
140. Neil, you require
Never like playing
93.
friends, so treble 19. 74, treble 40, he's got options. And a fat 20 to leave his tops.
53.
Tops he's
Tony
very
require
prolific on.
120.
And once again, how many times have we seen this finish today? And how many times can they not do it after the first dart? So 62 left, treble 10.
68.
Both set it up nicely
Neil,
after
you
15
require
darts, but it's
40.
Duff that has the opportunity by the fact that he threw first.
Game shot on
Once
the
again, he
third
would make
leg.
a great
Neil
poker
Duff.
player with Neil Duff. You could hear his frustration after that first and second dart. But he pings that last one.
Fourth leg, it's Tony to
O'Shea
throw
will just be thinking,
first.
why is
Game
this
on.
always happening? Why can't I just get in front and have a nice, easy ride to the winning line?
It's the story of Tony O'Shea's career. If he's going to do something, he's not going to do it the
26.
conventional route. He's going to give us some drama. He's going to give us some, as Corinne likes it to be called, tungsten tension. Morning, Corinne.
100.
And indeed tuning in. We will see Corinne on Saturday night here in the commentary box. I'll be up on the presenter's
95.
balcony.
Multitasking. Our Henry Deacon. No doubt he'll be looking nice and smart
96.
with his shirt. He wearing a jacket as well.
Always a jacket on finals night. I'm thinking yeah, need to
45.
think through the clobbery options though. Got a bit of presenting as well in the next couple of weeks, so the iron will be out.
Presenting here.
105.
That was a strange way, but one way of leaving 200, but you'll just be happy that seeing Tony drag them darts into treble
25.
one. Advantage Duff. And this would be a breaker throw. And you would think the nail in the coffin for Tony O'Shea in this match.
100.
Super darts from Duff. Shake of the head from O'Shea because he knows he needs minimum 140. And that's not going to happen.
60. Neil, you require 100.
Tops. No, I like the treble lie.
90.
And my theory on that, Henry, is the fact that he's 250 ahead, so why risk throwing out the board? So
Good ball management there from Neil.
not great board
46.
management there from
Neil,
Tony.
you require
Having
10.
a stinker in this leg. Couple of options for Neil. And the worry is now he's going to leave a double one.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
But why worry
Neil Duff.
when you can ping a double two like that? This is much better from Neil Duff. His Wednesday has been his best day by far, which
Fifth
augurs
leg,
well
it's Neil to throw
for
first.
the rest of the week.
Game on.
And I think players, I know as a player, Henry, I think I would prefer to play on the night. But then you are getting to the realms of finishing early hours of the
100.
morning. And I did say that in the video, I love being #1 seed at tournaments and playing at the World Masters. I was playing 10 o'clock in the morning.
81.
And I could see some games late on the Martin Adams, the #2 seed, playing at 11 o'clock at night. So get your job done at 10 in the morning, get back to the hotel and prepare for the next day. So but I think many of the
100.
players are used to playing at night rather than, 10 in the morning. So maybe that will come into their thought process.
60.
Are you looking forward to the World Series in Copenhagen?
Yeah, should be an interesting event. That's
96.
one of those that's really grown, hasn't it? And I think the Nordic region is probably the next big area of growth in the game. Seeing some good players come through. We've seen a few here.
125.
Andreas Harrison, Andreas Tov Jorgensen, chief among them.
Yeah, I think Madaj Razmer will have a big chance
130.
against Dimitri, who's been on holiday this week, getting some relaxation in Tenerife with his manager. We've got Michael Van Goen in the other side of the world. Arrives, I think, in
65.
Copenhagen on
Neil
Friday and
requires
plays Friday night
75.
and is the favourite with the bookies. He wouldn't be getting my 5p for the match.
35. Tony, you require 170.
The fish to save it. Not going to happen, and so Duff wants tops to keep himself
78.
in the race for
Neil,
top.
you require 40.
And by a heavy scoreline as well, because he has cut himself adrift in that particular metric.
30.
But he hasn't secured the points yet.
Tony, you require 92.
O'Shea 92. 2 darts, a double 16. Shifts across,
60.
and that's as close to the
Neil, you
double as you
require
can
10.
get without finding it.
And as Henry rightly says, you could see the disappointment from O'Shea, from the Duff man.
Game, shot,
It's a
and the match.
competent
Neil
4-1
Duff.
victory, a big moment for him. Today's been a good day for Neil Duff. We could be seeing him at the back end of this week. For Tony O'Shea, I'm seeing signs of improvement. Averages both over 80. Doubles can be impressed, but Neil Duff moves on to 14 points. Neil Duff impresses. Next up, top of the table, Terry Jenkins against Adam Lipscomb. It's all getting very exciting now.
Right then, time for game 8 of 15. Adam Lipscomb, who surrendered a 2-0 lead in his last match, needs to forget about that very quickly because he takes on the man who's won both of his games this morning. The Bull will go top of the table with 2 points here. Let's tuck into this one then and hand back to our commentary team.
Thank you, Abby. Here's Terry Jenkins, just timing his run to the finish absolutely perfectly. He's been feeling really good. Everything has gone right for him this morning. Wins for himself and losses for Johnny Haynes. And with a furlong to go, he's now neck and neck with Johnny. And for Adam, big positives this week. I think he now knows he's not going to top the group, and I like the fact he's smiling, enjoying himself. And I just think it's one big learning process for him. But I would also say, if you're listening, Adam, that this is here to be won this week. You've got big chances. You're right on the cusp of being in Group B or Group C. And you could be very, very dangerous this week.
Terry to throw first.
Use these games for experience. Use these games to get yourself on a real high, ready for the back end of the week.
We were actually looking at the group table scenario where if Jenkins wins, he can leapfrog
60.
Haynes in the standings. Now, we've been looking back at our notes of the last couple of days, and Johnny Haynes has
59.
been top of the table since around about game 6 yesterday, and he beat Adam Lipscomb. Jenkins, if he beats Lipscomb, will go top himself. Duff had a 4-point lead
83.
going into yesterday's play. That was squandered quite quickly following 2 opening defeats. Johnny Haynes is actually suffering a similar fate to the Duff man, having won 4 out of 5 and then lost his first couple and could be dislodged at the top of the table. And maybe the man who's just been sneaking around and hanging around this league table, Terry Jenkins, as he piles in the first max of the match, could be the man that just waits until the finishing line and makes his move when it matters.
42.
His 15th max of the week. Well ahead of every other player here this week. His scoring is there when he looks how he can assess the week so far.
60.
Now I just think it's the back end of the legs for Terry. And like you said, like Henry alluded to early, he could be
99.
extremely
Terry
dangerous
require
come the World
180.
Seniors.
And so, one dart at tops.
78. Adam, you require 164.
He hasn't lost that rhythm as Terry, has he? Considering he's had a long time out of the game and
44.
freely admits he doesn't practice
Terry
nowhere near he
require
needs to.
40.
He looks as good as ever, doesn't he, at times? It's tops for Terry.
30.
And guess what Adam needs?
Adam, you require 120.
Shanghai.
That's not ideal. Well, that's good dart. And this is the better composure.
100.
Just felt it was a little
Terry, you
rushed.
require 10.
I don't know if you're not seeing what I'm seeing there, but
No score.
That's
Adam,
not
you
the first
require
time we've seen
20.
that today.
I like this wry smile
Game
for
shot
Adam.
on the
And
first
that's what I
leg.
like.
Adam
You
Lipscombe.
get an unexpected opportunity, take it. Life is about opportunities. It's how you grab them.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
After one leg, 5 darts missed at a double there for Terry Jenkins. He'd be feeling
45.
frustrated. But he liked the sound of that 45. Back in that treble bed.
100.
Of course, do get in contact with us with all your questions, your
45.
thoughts, your observations at MSS Darts. You can treat myself and Glenn directly. I'm at H_Deacon Media. Glenn's at Does It 180. Don't forget to tag at MSS Darts and all
60.
of your communications throughout the course of the day. We will answer your questions and your queries. And even if you just want to come and say hello, come and say hello.
59.
Come and say hello in person on Saturday night. That would be great. See you right behind you to have a fantastic crowd with the bull.
100.
And it's all free. Tickets are free at dartshop.tv here in Portsmouth. And a good crowd equals
87.
conducive and might just lift the Tony O'Shea, Darryl Fitton. They feed off the crowd. They love the atmosphere. We need you.
125.
And when we talk about finishing, setting up play,
105.
it's
Terry, you
unconventional
require
to leave 160,
160.
but on 265, 19's your shot.
60. Adam, you
Oh,
require
that second dart
160.
was in the treble there, Henry.
Tom Foy was in the ball.
60.
So
Terry, you
56 for
require
Jenkins.
56.
2 darts at tops for the break back to level this game up. Double 10. There's been a few that just been sneaking in the
Game shot on the
corner.
second
That
leg.
one
Terry
doesn't sneak into a
Jenkins.
corner. It finds its way in. And Jenkins levels up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Terry to throw first.
And has
Game
the
on.
darts in the third in a game that if he wins will take him to the summit of this Group A table.
85.
And I think if Terry does go to the top, then I think it's going to be hard to see a drop.
180.
An opening max for Lipscombe to the leg. He's going to provide some stiff opposition.
Just look at that game 14, though.
26.
Johnny Haynes, Terry Jenkins. How would it be nice if they sat on the same points there? Adam's trying to spoil that.
177.
And that's why I like the fact when he does a little bit better board management, because he's really good on that treble 19 area.
And look what's happening here.
57. Adam, you require 144.
Come on then, Adam. This is fantastic. 64 16s.
88.
That's superb darts from Adam Lipscombe there. We're both getting excited here for a 9-darter. The Conor Heenahan 9-darter seems a long time ago now. And Henry did promise me a 9 this week.
Adam, you require
We
56.
do seem to be getting closer. That'll leave double 12.
44.
That's unlucky. Sometimes when you've got a 9 on the brain, sometimes it's going to be really difficult just to see out a leg. But Terry's a long way back.
77. Adam, you require
Doesn't
12.
put any pressure on this double 6. Just bounce off that dart. Second dart was a bit wild,
6.
and the third one's awful.
But Jenkins in the previous turn hit a single 19 of his last dart to leave himself on 159.
And that's the match shot
123.
we've talked about.
Adam,
He
you
wouldn't have done
require
that in his
6.
pomp. Double 3. Only good
Game
players
shot
at
on the
double
third
3 to win a
leg.
Lakeside
Adam
title.
Lipscombe.
This would really, I can hear Johnny Haynes screaming and shouting every time Adam hits a double. I think we both,
Fourth leg,
I
it's
said
Adam
off
to
air,
throw
I
first.
expect Tate to
Game
run
on.
away with this one. Every time I seem to work out this MODUS Super Series, something comes back and bites me on the bottom.
68.
That's when I need to stop having so many splinters.
That's me sitting on the fence.
42.
Reminder that every session at the MODUS Super Series is live on Sporty Stuff TV,
100.
but also available on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where on top of the live coverage, if you give us a subscribe, we'll have other content, including highlights from the session. So if you have to nip out, walk the dog, do something like
44.
that, then you can catch up on the best bits, as well as the game of the day. And we will have other bonus content on there, courtesy of the
47.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Maybe we should maybe do something on maybe one of the players' throws or something like that. We should do like an analysis piece maybe at some point this week.
121.
It's more impressive every I see Adam.
137.
And the fact he's using that treble 19 more now, Henry, is a positive for me, because he's very rarely leaves that treble 20 bed.
180. Adam, you require 149.
16 maximums for the week for Henry. Double 16 with a 149.
117. Terry, you require 114.
I'm going to spoil this to say I fancy this. I think he was looking all over the place. I think he's thinking he's all over the place.
52. Adam, you require 32.
Sorry, Terry. Big dart.
No score. Terry, you
The
require
shake of head
62.
tells you everything you need to know. It's treble 10. A double 16. Good marker. I was surprised there,
37.
Henry. Didn't move just across the hockey a little bit.
Adam, you
Sort of
require
covered an awful lot of
32.
that bed. And if you just widen the angle a little bit.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Adam Lipscombe.
And Adam Lipscomb, this would be a surprise at this stage, as Terry Jenkins was on a march today.
Fifth leg, it's Terry to throw first.
Terry Jenkins
Game on.
opened up with a 4-1 victory over Mark McGeeney, and then a big, big win over Neil Duff. And with Johnny Haynes losing his 2 games, I fully
59.
expected Terry to really kick on in this match. Both averaging just shy of 80.
100.
And even when Lipscombe hit that double there was a shake of the head. A little bit of
81.
negative energy exuding from him. It's probably the first time I've actually seen that from
83.
him.
Yeah, and he's had a decent morning. You know, 1-1 on his first 2 games. I think he'll have been a big underdog for this match.
135.
Terry's not out of it. He's too old school to be panicking just yet.
85.
He does only have to break Adam once. They're the type of things you try and break down, but there's frustration right in your sight.
26. 93.
Jenkins looking to make huge inroads on this 200 with Lipscomb back for an opportunity to win the match. Tom 40 will do exactly that. And so Lipscomb here wants a 140 of his own to win the game. Not going to happen on this occasion. And so Jenkins is back for 60 to bring it back to 3-2.
I like the way he moved across the hockey there. Adam widened the bed, gives himself an opportunity. That's not a great dart. He's been good on double 10.
50.
What a chance for Adam Lipscomb.
40.
To beat the bull. Double 10.
Game shot
for Adam Lipscomb. It's a big victory for him. It's a big win in the context of the group. And a big margin of victory for Lipscomb. Scuppers Jenkins's legs difference bracket. And so Johnny Haynes will remain the table topper for now. Jenkins misses the opportunity to go in front. And so Haynes can open up a gap of 2 points if he can get the better of Mark McGeeney. And that's our next game coming up after this short break.
Mark McGeeney put in his best performance of the week against Lipscomb last time out. He says he's feeling good again following a turbulent weekend. He takes on the man who was consistently excellent yesterday, but finds himself still looking for a first win on day 3. Can he make himself favourite to book a spot at finals night with victory in this one? To guide you through all the action, Glenry, over to you.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, very interesting game, this one. Mark McGeeney's on the back of his best game by a long way, and against Johnny Haynes, who was sublime yesterday. We waxed lyrical so much about the guy, how his emotions, his personality, just the way he handled the situation yesterday. But he gave me a right telling off earlier on. He said, I can't reach the treble 20 today, Glenn. I just said, well, of course, you're going to be a little bit more tense and anxiety might be kicking in because you're so far in front at the top. And he went, I don't think. And he went, and by the way, I don't wear tracksuit bottoms. He's giving me a right telling off. So I guess they do watch the highlight reel when they get back to the hotel. With
First
McGeeney,
leg,
I
it's
saw
Johnny
the
to throw
biggest
first.
smile on his face.
Game on.
And he said, for the first time since Q School, I felt relaxed up there today. So what for me would have been a foregone conclusion to Johnny Haynes, all of a sudden Mark McGeeney will be fancying his chances here. Could the deciding factor be the fact that Terry Jenkins lost his last game, so Johnny will be feeling good? Or will it be the fact that Mark McGeeney is all of a sudden finding his rhythm?
99.
Mark is in the mood. That defeat for Terry Jenkins in the previous game against Adam Lipscomb means that Johnny Haynes still has a lead
100.
in the league table on legs difference. That is now by 4. It was only a legs advantage going into that last battle, but Jenkins losing by 3 legs means he's got a bit of a cushion now in that particular bracket, barring a heavy
55.
defeat. Win here, and he is in a strong hand position.
He once again makes that penultimate game, game 14.
60.
Just bright. Shows nice and brightly ahead because it could come down to legs difference. I'll leave all that part of it to Henry.
Please don't.
He's the mathematician without the pair of us.
60.
We'll get our statistical wizards on that. This is wizardry from Haynes.
180.
And Max to leave a ton after 12. He's come out the traps, firing on all cylinders. But back comes McGeeney.
125. Johnny, you require 40.
For a 13 data.
Game shot on the first leg.
Quality from Johnny Haynes. All the concerns he had backstage. I can't reach the treble, Glenn. I don't feel good, Glenn.
Second leg,
King's
it's
a
Mark to
13
throw
data.
first. Game on.
That transition from the practice board to the main board. Been good so far for Johnny Haynes. And all McGeeney's good work from last time.
30.
Back to where he was. When you stand behind someone, Henry, and you win the first leg in
85.
quality, and you hear 30, you just like a bit like Terry Jenkins earlier, you sprinted it, you can't wait to get on there. But I'm so pleased for McGeeney. He didn't give up. There's definitely something
100.
about him right now where maybe he's already thinking of Thursday and Friday. Maybe the tiredness is, believe it or not, out the way. Because now it's such a big difference when you start on 0 points.
95.
Well, that mind fog just leaves you, doesn't it? You wake up clearer, you wake up cleaner, you wake up
140.
fresher for the battles ahead.
And the fact it's happened so many times on the MODUS Super Series stage. You know, so many players have had a disastrous Group A and come back and, you know, with the
58.
eventual champion on the Saturday night. And that's where you need good people around you.
100.
The only time I'm going to mention it, but you are seeing a different throw from Mark McGeeney right now, a relaxed. That's because he hasn't got an awful lot to play for right now. And is he just beginning to enjoy his darts again? A terrible,
60.
terrible count in again.
131.
He can shout at me again when he hears that, but 263, Johnny, you've got to use the 19s. Big fat 18.
91.
Right in the middle. Looking good for McGeeney.
He's going to be put under severe pressure because
Mark
Johnny Haynes has
40.
come out almost with a point to prove, knowing that he had the opportunity to be placed second if Jenkins won the previous match.
Game shot on
McGeeney
the second
comes
leg.
back for Tots
Mark
to level
McGeeney.
up. McGeeney, who is upping the levels here today.
Third leg, it's Johnny
Haynes,
to throw
who was the man of
first.
yesterday,
Game on.
is looking to get a couple of victories, which may well be enough. 20 points could be enough this week to
100.
win the group. $22 will guarantee. Because Jenkins, with 2 games left, can only get on to 20 points.
140.
Haynes, with superior legs difference, if he can go 2 and 1 for the rest of the day, He gives himself every opportunity.
Let's look at the averages after these 3 darts.
140.
Proper darts. Johnny Haynes. Any concerns he had about the throw? Any concerns he had about 2 losses? Being put to bed here. This is good stuff.
85.
And in old money, just shy of a 35 average. Lovely jubbly.
140.
Is it me? Are we seeing a real step up in quality today?
This has been good. This has been really good. I mean, 106.95 is a Haynes average now. He leads
121.
1-2-1 after 9. He's got 6 at it here, so he doesn't have to go the bullseye with the last dart, but 25
85.
leaves double 18.
Yeah, I like the treble 15 when my opponent's on 2-1-8. Because the times I've seen people hit the bull and then hit a 19 or a 17 as you go up for the 3.
72.
Also a good sign that
Johnny
he's feeling good about
36.
himself. Maybe any concerns he had. The double 4. Beginning to get used to where he finishes now.
146.
But Mark McGeeney's had some highs the past 20 minutes.
That won't be added to the list.
81. So treble 19 or treble 15 are his 2 options.
122. Johnny, you require 8.
His love of double 4s just squeezes in a little bit.
Game shot on the 3rd leg.
But
Johnny
right in the
Haynes.
middle. A shake of the head there. I tell you what, he'd be feeling rather good
4th
about
leg, it's
himself.
marked to throw
Averaging
first.
100
Game
just
on.
after 3 legs. McGeeney's averaging 90. This is a quality affair. And going with darts at the moment. Still all to play for.
All on foe as we approach the middle point of this match. In the middle point of the day. Just having a look at a theoretical scenario here because you complete the 3rd round of fixture to 5 from the completion of this one. And McGeeney wins this. O'Shea beats Jenkins. Duff beats McGeeney. And Lipscombe beats Haynes. There's 4 players on 16 points.
That's why the mathematician.
55.
This is where we have to be careful. This is good stuff from Johnny Haynes.
140.
Johnny Haynes is one of them players, everybody in the country knows him. Absolutely prolific in his area of where he lives. But isn't this great to see from McGeeney?
140.
And just a subtle change in the way he's thrown his darts. He's thrown because he said he's enjoying it again. You can have all the scientific
100.
evidence of darts and whatever, but honestly, the game is between them 2 luggols.
It's between the years. McGeeney is finding the gears.
85.
And he's had to here against a Johnny Haynes, who is averaging 9 points just underneath the ton. Or 9/10 underneath the ton, probably a better expression of putting it.
80.
But McGeeney here,
124.
1-2-4 to level this game up at 2 apiece.
It's a well-thrown dart, and the frustration sometimes is, I mean, it's evident, you can see that, but 89 left.
92.
What a setup that is.
Johnny, you require 96.
96, very similar. It's all about that first dart. Perfection. Good marker.
78.
Just poor
Mark,
execution at the end.
32.
And Mark McGeeney was looking rather good right now.
Game shot on the
Pings that
4th
double
leg.
16 with
Mark
aplomb.
McGeeney.
It's Desmond.
2-2 between Haynes and McGeeney.
5th leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on. 100.
At MSS darts. Well, that does a 180. Answer your questions, guys.
140.
You're seeing some good quality right here, right now. You hope you're enjoying the data as much as we are.
99.
And it's good to see, Henry. From
140.
absolutely nowhere. I mean, yes, let's have a look at the power pack here. It's four scores of 100 and 5 140s from McGeeney. If you could just turn a couple of them into 180s.
54.
But again, let's have a little look at the averages. Johnny Haynes on 96. Mark McGeeney just shy of 96. That is a quality affair, a 2-2.
105.
And arguably, the game of the week. And Johnny Haynes has probably got McGeeney at the worst possible time.
140.
That's a
Mark
wonderful riposte there from Haynes.
116.
For a finish we like, you might use the 19s here. The treble will leave tops. And it's tops for McGeeney, the impressive McGeeney.
96.
How often have we said that this
Johnny
week, Henry?
require 108.
Could this be a turning point in the group? Because Haynes is on the ropes in this game, because McGeeney, if he finds his double
43.
10,
Mark your required
would break
20.
the punk, and then it would be the Gladiator who has the darts to see off a 4-2 win. But he has to find this double 10 first. He's creeping closer. Can he move a little bit to his left? Yes, is the
on
answer.
the 5th leg. Mark McGeeney.
And maybe this is another big turning point in this Group A, because Mark McGeeney has
Sixth
the
leg, it's Mark to throw first.
to inflict
Game on.
what would be a third straight defeat upon Johnny Haynes, the man who won 4 from 5 yesterday, to see himself have a 4-point buffer at the top of the table.
137.
Things are becoming very uncomfortable, even more so now after that McGeeney start. But look at this for riposte.
140.
Fantastic riposte. This has been a quality encounter. This has been game of the day.
This has been game of the week. Really enjoyed.
140.
I'm enjoying it more because we've just seen just how negative it's been for Mark McGeeney. And I saw that big smile when I went through that players' lounge after that last game, and he's feeling good about his
44.
game again. And what that means is it just makes this Group B and C tomorrow just so much more interesting, because a quality Mark McGeeney means a quality week 11. And look at this.
140.
7 140s, 13 in the match. Superb darts.
140. Mark you require 84.
To blow this group wide open again. Doesn't have to go 14 and ball, because Haynes is back on 177. And so he sets the
60.
shot up. Double 12 upon his return after 12 to seal what would be a seismic 4-2 win.
99. Mark you required 24.
For 12 darts, it's double 12 for McGeeney.
Game,
In what has
shots,
been
and
the game
match.
of the day,
Mark McGeeney.
the game of the week. Persistent throughout, impressive, positive. Words we haven't used about Mark McGeeney this week. He's feeling great about himself. Johnny Haynes is thinking, why did I have to play Mark McGeeney at that point of the day? So wonderful execution from McGeeney. He could be very, very dangerous at the back end of this week. Next up, Terry Jenkins will be absolutely delighted with that result. He's up against bottom of the table, Tony O'Shea. See you after the break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yeah, and you can book your free tickets for finals night by visiting dartshop.tv. But back here in Group A, the final day of Group A action, Mark McGeeney has made things very interesting indeed at the top of the table. We can bring that in now and see how things stand. Of course, he has just got the better of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 2, meaning that Terry Jenkins can go top with a victory in our next match. Of course, Johnny Haynes won all 5 of his matches yesterday. He's yet to pick up a point today. He takes on Tony O'Shea, who got a superb victory not so long ago. That was his best performance, of course, of the week so far. So some positives for O'Shea to bring into this one, but this is the opportunity for Terry Jenkins to go top of the table. Of course, he missed 10 darts at the outer ring in his last match, missed the opportunity to go top then, but he has another opportunity to do so in this one. Will he be able to take it and become the front runner to qualify for Saturday night's final night? Let's hand back to our commentary team and find out.
Thank you, Abby. What a difference a day makes for Johnny Haynes. 5 out of 5 yesterday. A 0-3 return right now. And all the concerns I have when I walked into the commentary box this morning that it could just peter out and Johnny Haynes has run away with it by the middle. It couldn't be more exciting. And as Henry alluded to in the last game there, victories here for O'Shea. Victories here for Neil Duff and Adam Lipscombe in the next 3 games. We've got 4 players on 16 points. I didn't predict that this morning.
Yeah, Shea wins this, McGeeney in the next, and then Lipscomb. Then we've got a grandstand finish. Then we've got the final 3 games will be McGeeney
First
against
leg,
O'Shea.
Tony to throw first.
And then
Game on.
Haynes, Jenkins, Duff, Lipscomb. We could have the hors d'oeuvre of hors d'oeuvres. Have a creme brulee and then pop another creme brulee on top.
Takes that with James Martin.
41.
Just a little bit of butter.
That'll be Kevin on Eggers on food and drink. There you go. Not that I ever talk about it.
140.
Better from Jenkins. Not sure where his head will be right now. I think he overlooked Adam Lipscombe in one way. We've seen the resurgence of Mark McGeeney. What this group would do now with Tony O'Shea playing and blasting through this game, because that would be amazing. But what a start to this match from Terry Jenkins.
But Tony O'Shea has had a resurgent Wednesday. He's playing some of his best stuff today.
Dare I say that all 6 will be fairly happy with how things have gone, in the sense that Tony O'Shea won't be pleased to be bottom.
90.
But he saved his best to the last day and could be very dangerous. And I'm sure with the other Mark McGeeney he'll be very happy.
47. Terry, you require 91.
And even Johnny Haynes, 97 averaging that defeat to McGeeney. The standard has just gone up today by all 6 players, and it really has been a sheer and utter joy to watch. How can you not enjoy darts of this caliber, of this standard? A 12 darter for Jenkins to start.
Second leg, it's Terry to throw first.
Yeah,
Game
went
on.
through a few games yesterday where performances dipped, averages in 70s and 80s. Today they all look like they all just playing the real A+ games right now. It's been
59.
Fantastic to watch. Averages just shy of 100. Impressive O'Shea, the impressive Mark McGeeney.
140.
Neil Duff showing us why he's the class act of the group. Jenkins scoring for fun. Adam Lipscombe enjoying every moment. On top of the league, Johnny Haynes could be the one who's the only one sat there thinking, what on earth has happened today?
But he only needs a win in his next game, and then he's on the hill. Haynes would be on the hill.
We said 2 wins could be enough. Don't think he fancied the last 2 wins being the ones to take him through.
Especially when you see Terry
81.
Jenkins coming out like this and Tony O'Shea, who's come out the tracks firing himself, is being left with just scraps.
140.
But he's going to get first poke at a finish in this particular leg. But the way Jenkins is playing, you expect him to plonk, well, at least a treble in.
100.
There we go.
Tony, you require
And so this 140 is under severe pressure.
I'm wondering if the resurgence of McGeeney has helped O'Shea and vice versa. Like I said, they're very good friends.
45.
thought the
So you
second one was in
require
there.
121.
And after the 12 darter first leg, Terry was looking good for a 15 there, but that first one and second one, he should stay there. 190. Yeah, that was
64.
It took him a while
Tony, you
to think.
require 95.
And 95. Could use the bull or treble 19. So 83 leaves treble 17. So 66 treble 10.
59.
Great setup.
Terry, you require
Where Terry's
57.
playing, you fancy this 57. His beloved tops. What a great story it would be if he lifts the title on Saturday night.
40.
Many players have come from behind in this MODUS Super Series. It's not over yet. Silverback.
100.
And he's playing his best dart of the week. So that's the positives he can walk away with today. He might not be getting the results in every game he's playing, but definitely for sure. Us sat here,
100.
we can see for sure that by he's playing much, much better. As he hits a little one. I never knew what the
81.
commentator's curse was until I sat in here.
Yeah, they wish that I could shut up all the time.
50. Tony, you require 160.
You'll just be you.
No one wants that.
30.
Scrappy. His last 6 darts, 50. Sorry, 81 and a 30. Be disappointed with that. He had total control and that treble makes it interesting.
90. Tony, you require 130.
Just a 1 treble visit required. Tony O'Shea's gone to sleep. Someone wake up the
82.
silverback with a treble
Terry, you
19.
require 140.
He does exactly that because this is only an outside chance for Jenkins. So it's over to Tony to get back into this
100.
match.
Tony, you require 48.
These are the type of finishes that you have to be putting away.
28. Terry, you
Tired
require
last dart.
40.
Jenkins, the one thing he wanted, get me on this hockey, give me a 4-0 win and let me get back off and prepare for what will be the biggest match of the week.
30.
Chances.
Tony, you
For
require
all of
20.
his scoring prowess, it's 2 from 7 on the doubles. Can O'Shea make him punish with the double 5? What a marker that is.
10.
That's 2 well-thrown darts.
Terry, you require
Both
10.
on the wire, but neither could find its intended target. As he's
Haynes
shown
shot the
Jenkins
third
the way.
leg.
He
To
has shown
Jenkins.
Jenkins the way. And he's only 1 away now from topping the table.
He did a quart of
Fourth leg,
an
it's Terry
average
to throw
Terry Jenkins
first.
did with
Game on.
something like 13 missed darts at a double. He's averaging just shy of 87 right now, with only 3 from 8 on the outer ring. Imagine how good the averages would be this week for
100.
Jenkins if his finishing matched his scoring power.
I'm going to put something out there now. Terry Jenkins started off on the sportsbook as 6-1 to win week 11.
100.
That's too big now. The way he's playing consistently, that's way too big. He's, as the days are going on, I'm looking at him and thinking, this is a weak winner.
140.
Stood right in front of us, throwing his darts.
Here's a question for you, Henry, off Twitter. Do you think we will see Big John Henderson in the Super Series?
I'd love to see John Henderson at the
100.
Super Series. Now he is eligible to play.
$100.
Yeah, there's some real opportunity. I like that email yesterday about guys who could now play in the Super Series, who'll be making their debut.
140.
Both from
Terry,
the
you
UK
require
and Europe.
161.
It's 161 for Jenkins. He'll stay there.
for another one of them.
81. Tony, you
That's not too
require
bad.
161.
With a champagne finish. Exactly the same place. Terry Jenkins, I just love seeing the responses from these guys.
22.
Is that
Tony,
it?
you require 80.
Double 10 for Jenkins. Now double 5.
75.
Just inside. And so
Tony,
Shea gets a
require
reprieve, but he's going to have to take the 139 out. And Jenkins is going to get his chance. He has been waiting
99.
for this opportunity
Terry,
for a while
5.
now. And so this 5 to seal a 4-0 success. And
Game,
Terry
shot,
is
and the
top
match.
of the
Terry
table.
Jenkins.
The bull is making a charge on the final day, and now he's the man to beat. He gets the better of Tony O'Shea by 4 legs to 0. An impressive average of 87.13. It's been impressive all day. And so Jenkins with a 4-0 success. And so now it piles the pressure on those in behind. Coming up after the break, it's Mark McGeeney against Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Mark McGeeney's really upped his level in his last 2 matches, hasn't he? He's looking confident and more like the gladiator that we expect to see compete in here. He's looking to win 3 games on the spin for the first time this week. He takes on the Duffman, whose finishing has been slightly inconsistent today, but he's still very handily placed to at least secure a Group B spot. Things are getting very interesting in the race for finals night. Lads, back over to you for match 11.
Thank you, Abby. Very interesting. Absolutely. I got told off from Neil Duff because when I walked in, I said, Mark McGeeney, it's very simple. I said, all of a sudden, your follow-through's looking silky smooth. You're believing again. And Neil Duff shouted, hey, no coaching. I've got to play him yet. So no bias, but I'm hoping for a Neil Duff victory because I don't want him knocking on my commentator's door in 5 minutes, Henry. You'll have to save me.
You've got no chance if I'm the last resort to save you. But let's just have a look at the group scenario for a second here, because McGeeney's had a really good day today. So much so that he's not out the race for third place. If he beats Neil Duff here, we set up an interesting
Mark to throw first. Game
climax in both who wins and who gets Group B, because you'd have Jenkins and Haynes playing off for first place, and then you've got a cluster of Duff, Lipscomb and McGeeney all trying to make a move for Group B progression.
99.
Thanks, Henry. I like to hear your analysis of leagues. You always get concerned I'm going to advise incorrectly.
100.
And I get the bosses in my lug all to say, Glenn, you're wrong. You do a fantastic job with all your number crunching. You keep up the good work, my friend. And thinking of good work, Mark McGeeney is like a new player.
83. 140.
All 6 players are playing really, really well today. And I say really well in a sense that compared to the 2 days previously where Johnny Haynes was beginning to run away with things. Terry Jenkins had 59. That A game. Terry Jenkins got to the top of the table. How is Johnny Haynes reacting? But this is all about third place right now.
140.
And the honest assessment, there's any game that you're watching right at this moment could be the final on Saturday night. There's some good players to come in Groups B and C, but I think a lot of the strength is in Group A this week.
Well, I mentioned yesterday that I think 4 of the 6 players at finals night will come from this particular group. Such is the strength of this group. Went the bullseye route first, Neil Duff, on this 1-2-1. The 21st start, inadvertently, because 45. Of the ball, meant he had 101 left, but he wasn't going to go for the ball second time round. Duff back on 76 to break in the first leg against McGeeney.
It's a very effective start here from Neil Duff.
100. Neil, you
require morning, we 76. Said he was a class act. The current Lakeside champion. So 61 should be 11 bull or for double 14.
Game shot on the first
shout of come on.
Neil Duff.
This is the real Neil Duff this week. We've been waiting for it since Monday morning. He'll probably look back and think,
second leg, it's
like
Neil
most players
first.
Will be,
Game
why
on.
couldn't it have felt like this on Monday, Tuesday? And it's quite simply, they're just getting used to the surroundings. They're just getting used to the whole process.
97.
And that could be the difference between having an energy bar, drinking more water, going for a walk in between games. There's so many things that they could be doing, which, like I said, for the rest of the week, all goes well for them.
36.
Speaking to a few players after sessions, I've asked a few players about how do they deal with that big break when you play in the daytime session, and for a lot, it's just leaving 100. The venue for a couple of minutes. There's a couple of places where they can go and get a sandwich, just get something just to get themselves back ticking over, come back in the venue, and then get your headspace on, because if you sometimes staying here and concentrate for the whole time may not be a good thing for you. Your brain needs a break every now and then. Sometimes they say the best thing for your brain is to have 20 minutes on, 20 minutes off. Well, 100. The games are 20 minutes by and large, and then you have a little bit of a break. Sometimes it's not just that aspect, but also the mental aspect. How do you deal with the breaks? If you are constantly ticking over and thinking, that may lay into the realms of negativity.
138.
And who thought darts was easier? Another great camera angle there.
$94.
Good stuff from Neil Duff. I've been waiting for him to come alive this week. Might be just a little bit too late to win the group with Terry now on 18 points.
135. Neil, you require 100.
You're looking at legs difference. You're looking at Terry Jenkins losing games. And I think that's part of the reason why these are playing better now. But once again, big 3.
78. Mark, you requires 69.
19s or 15s. Not the end of the world. Fat 20. Keep your arms straight. Perfection for double top.
29. Neil, you require 32.
Frustration for McGeeney. Delight for Duff.
Game shot on the second leg. Neil Duff.
Perfectly. It's Neil Duff that takes a 2-0 lead. 96.97 average from the Duff man. From the Lakeside champion. McGeeney goes on such a high.
Game on.
It's just shy of 90. Loving this from McGeeney.
85.
Not loving that.
$85.
Duff is in pole position to claim that spot in Group B. 14 points plus 4 on the legs difference for this game
58.
got underway. Not inconceivable he can't win the group. If he wins this, if he wins it 4-0, he actually goes 16 points plus 7. Haynes is on 16 points plus 9. Haynes is up next against Adam Lipscombe, who can also move on to 16 points.
96.
But it'd have to be a lot going one way then t'other.
Matthew Edgar trying to steal our listeners. He's going
100.
live to have some games of darts with his subscribers. He should be listening to this, shouldn't he?
I'll give him credit. 2 weeks working with me. I think you need a break from my my voice.
121.
So hard on yourself. Lovely darts from McGeeney.
$85.
Is
Mark
it-
to
is it
require
me, or is it every game
141.
just really tough quality at the moment.
Tremendous tungsten.
45.
Oh, McGeeney 96 after 15 to put a leg back up against I was going to say Neil Duff firing on all cylinders. That was a bit of a flyer. But we'll come with the last.
125. Mark to require 96.
All about the first dart. Now options of double because they won't like the way that that's lying. So 64, you go on the 16s. I think what you see with a lot of these 50-year-old, over 50s, very old school, but some of these younger players are pinging doubles for fun. But it's 46 for Duff. For a 3-0 lead.
On the third leg.
Did I expect a 3-0 lead in this match? Not the way McGeeney's been playing.
Fourth leg, it's Neil to throw
first. This is a good sign for Neil Duff,
on.
isn't it, for the rest of the week? I think he'd be pretty frustrated. But is playing 6 days on the spin
79.
a bonus of having 2 days off?
Come to expect one thing of the Super Series, that is to expect the unexpected. Anything can happen at any point, at any time.
95.
I believe there's a song about that.
97.
Not his favourite dart. So that's why he goes down. Mark's always a player just below the treble 20 is the ideal dart for him. There's the Duff man. Nicely just above.
45.
You don't often see 4-0s in the MODUS Super Series, but we could be getting 2 on the spin here. Just sit on top of that.
140.
If Neil Duff ever wanted a 180, it'd be right now. Bosh.
140.
I nearly got something right there. 207 for McGeeney. And he won't like that lie again. So he'll use the 19's bed, and he uses it very, very nicely.
96. Neil, you require 140.
For the Duff man, it's an outside chance, but you want at least a straight dart there, and you can see the frustration.
I think about the bullseye here. Instead elected for the 19s. And so
111.
McGeeney to get a leg back on the board. Once it's 111, he should get a dart now. He is going to get a dart right at the very top of the board.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That is
McGeeney.
spectacular for Mark McGeeney. That was a Hail Mary for Mark.
Fifth leg, it's Mark to throw first.
To keep
Game
his
on.
hopes in this game well and truly alive. Duff had the chance to serve it out, but McGeeney with the break back to 3-1. And look at how he's charging. Look at how he's motoring.
140.
Nearly starting with a max. All the calls today being shouted out by our world-class referee, Charlie Corsafine. He may well be calling out on Max right about now. He will call out to Max right about now. As Duff looks to make a run towards the finishing line.
Quality averages again. Once again in old money. Both averaging
60.
over 30. Neil Duff is just taking that stride that he'll be absolutely delighted with going back to his hotel room.
121.
I tried to keep away from it there, but I guess you knew what I was thinking. You promised, Henry. Just sits perfectly for McGeeney. That's begging for another treble 20.
95.
Steady ton. Minimum. Between the middle.
60.
Chance for McGeeney.
But don't put this 140 checkout out of the realms of possibility for the Lakeside champ. Well, he's playing. He
41.
may get a
Neil, you
decent go
require
at that.
140.
And he's got 6 starts at that because of the slip in the single one. So trouble here. Well, not that one.
30.
And he's going to need the 6 as well because Duff there, with a slip of his own into the treble 1 and single 7, means he's only left 110. And so McGeeney here can apply copious amounts of pressure.
95. Neil, you require 110.
Once again, this is the type of finish we like. We get 2 chances at the treble. He only needs the 1. For tops.
Game,
And what
shots,
a finish that
man
was.
the
I have
match.
concerns on the
Neil
second
Duff.
dart. He was thinking of the wrong finish. But very competent, very impressive. Neil Duff has finally woken up, and it's taken him till Wednesday to show that he is the class act of the group against the much, much improved Mark McGeeney. Duff will be delighted with them 2 points. He'll be delighted with a 92.65 average. And look at that checkout ratio. 4 from 4. Impressive stuff from the Duff.
Right then, next up, Adam Lipscombe against Johnny Haynes. The consistent player and comfortable league leader at the close of play yesterday is still looking for his first win on day 3. Can he get a victory here and make his final game our penultimate game of the day against the Bull? A straight shootout for a spot in finals night via Group A. Let's find out, shall we? Glenn, Henry, back up to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes. So win here for Haynes, and it goes all the way down to game 14 of 15. But Adam Lipscombe is looking to play the ultimate role of spoiler. But he's also got his own hopes and aspirations for the final 2 games, because if he can win his final 2 matches, he will see himself into Group B tomorrow night. So that is the scenario. That is how the land lies in Group A as we approach the closing furlongs of action. 45 games played. We're into game 41.
First leg, it's
And we're
Adam
not
to throw
tired, are we?
first.
Oh,
Game
no.
on.
Fresh as a daisy.
It was a masterclass from Neil Duff in that last game. Really enjoying the quality of some of the players today. Johnny Haynes was
41.
thinking, well, what will he be thinking? He said, Glenn, I don't think, but I would say a penny for your thoughts right now, because the day couldn't have gone any worse. But the scenario was, if you get 2 wins,
140.
you're likely to top the group. And a win here would just set up game 14 for the game we asked for
100.
yesterday, the game we hoped for, and just sit back and enjoy that one. But for Adam, we called Johnny Haynes a potential spoiler. He could be a real spoiler in this game.
45.
The only worry for Johnny Haynes right now is that he's not already thinking of that game against Teddy Jenkins.
140.
What do you think Johnny Haynes will be thinking going into this game?
It's a tough question. It's a very,
140.
very tough question, because he's not a thinker, and you can tell just by him, his personality and everything. But I defy
100.
anyone to think, you know, at 3, you know, he had the game in the whole league in the palm of his hand this morning. He just had to open up with a victory, which is hard enough to do, especially when you're playing someone like Tony
140.
O'Shea.
Adam, you require 120.
And, you know, it just didn't go for him.
85.
So to try and assess
Johnny,
how
you
he's thinking
require
is quite tough.
36.
All I do know, a nice 13 dart, it would be very good for the soul. And he'll go 10 double 4, which I don't agree with on 2 darts.
Game shot on the first
But what do
leg.
I know,
Johnny
Durrant?
Haynes.
1-0 Haynes. And more importantly, a break a throw. And when you have to break someone
Second leg,
in a
it's
best
Johnny
of
to
7,
throw first. Game on.
to do it in leg 1. We've had the world champ watching this week. We've had a few pros contact. So if you're listening, happy birthday, Scott
180.
Williams.
Somehow I think word will
95.
reach out. But here, Johnny Haynes kicking off the second leg of this match with a max. And is following up. Before is all we're going to get to today.
85.
Maybe we need to shout louder this time, Glenn.
Can you go any louder than yesterday? That 9 dart went from a clown.
96.
That would have been funny, wouldn't it? Did a little. What was you saying? What were you saying? Can he do it? Can he do it?
180.
Make it happen. He's making it happen here.
This is lovely stuff. Just a mere 118 average for Johnny Haynes right now.
58. Johnny, you require 56.
This would be nice to go up. This and that. Great marker.
Game shot on the second leg.
That's what it's
Johnny
all about,
Haynes.
Johnny Haynes. A lovely 12 darter. Couple of maxes. And look at them
Third leg,
averages.
it's Adam to throw first.
111.33. At this point, we usually look at the highest averages in the MODUS Super Series, but I
140.
won't spoil anything just yet.
But Haynes is looking to spoil the party for the rest. He'd be hoping he can party on Thursday and
100.
Friday. Or put his feet up, depending on what he wants to do. Because that would mean he would be through to finals night on Saturday. And you can join us there. Dartshot.tv, the place to be. to get your free complimentary tickets for Saturday night's final. And with play like this, it looks very much like you're going to see Johnny Haynes there. This is absolutely spectacular. 2.5 legs in, an average just under 113, and Adam Lipscomb, to his credit, is averaging 91, but he's been given the crumbs on the floor of the baker's table.
Have a good walk on for Johnny. Haynes, baby.
100.
I don't think any player's got that one. What's the nickname of Adam? Isn't it something baby? I think you said on day.
125.
Baby boy.
Johnny, you
boy.
require 161.
Now, I mean,
97.
treble 19 is a wonderful
Adam, you
dart, but I do
require
like the bullseye
103.
on 161. Just to give you a 2-darter. To leave 46. So double 14. Just take your time, Adam. Just regroup, reset, fire.
75. Johnny, you require 64.
This is the type of finish us dart players love. All around the 16s, an 8-bed. Fat 16. Double 12. Once again, reset, regroup, fire.
52. Adam, you require 28.
First real chance for
Game shot
Lipscomb,
the
and he
third
takes full
leg.
advantage
Adam
of it.
Lipscomb.
And credit to him for that, because Johnny Haynes has been throwing
Fourth
pretty
leg,
much the
Johnny to
kitchen
throw
sink
first.
at him,
Game on.
adding 106.5. But when Lipscomb's been given his opportunity, he's taken it. But when Johnny's in this mood,
140.
it's so good to watch, so aesthetically pleasing.
I'm getting message, how can I play in this competition, Glenn?
121.
Nice partnership now between the MODUS Super Series and the ADC. There's lots of ADC competitions going around in the UK, so find what your local ones,
140.
start doing well, get top of the tables. And if you get the invite, snap it up with both hands.
Looking at Johnny
59.
Haynes's scoring power pack here, he has had 6 scores of 140. He's outdone that by the way of tons. That's how well he's played in this game.
140.
Add another one to the list. This is absolutely exceptional.
Ton 40, ton 40, ton 40. The last 9 darts from Johnny Haynes.
140.
Hangover
Johnny, you
from
require
3 losses.
81.
What hangover?
This is for an 11. 12 on 12s.
Game shot on the
Yes is the
fourth
answer.
leg.
That's a 3-1
Johnny
lead.
Haynes.
This is the performance of the week. This would be the highest average of the year if he can see it out in
Fifth
around
leg, it's
15
Adam
or
to
less.
throw first.
Penny for your thoughts, we said Johnny Haynes.
60.
Penny for your thoughts, Terry Jenkins.
It looks set that it's going to come down and boil down to game 14 of 15
140.
today. That's yet another 140. That's Haynes' 8th.
He's whetting the appetite for that much.
100.
Game 44 to 45. It could all come down to that. Adam's still got his say here. He's not playing bad himself here. Averaging well over 92.
140.
Just 140, 140. That's his 9th in this match.
9 140s in a game, 2
97.
maximums, only 2 tons. That is how good he has been. You'd expect this to be another 140, wouldn't you?
Not with that light.
60.
He's me whinging at someone averaging 113, but 19s would have been nice after that first start. Good stuff.
85.
Good stuff.
Johnny, you
And
require
then
161.
he does the Cardinals in there of leaving 159. You can improve your counting, young man. That was my Brian Clough impression, by the way.
137.
What a player.
And what a performance. And can he round it off
99.
with this double
Johnny,
12?
you require 24.
The average is 112.23. This has been stratospheric. This has been as
Game,
good as
shot,
we've seen
and the match,
all year
Johnny
at the
Haynes.
Super Series. Johnny Haynes, with an average of a smidgen under 110, goes back to the top of the table and in emphatic style, getting the better of Adam Lipscomb by 4 legs to 1. What a performance from Johnny Haynes. Absolutely sublime from the punk. And so we enter the final round of fixtures and we kick off with McGeeney against O'Shea after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Johnny Haynes has just come through with the best performance we have seen all week. Take a look at these stats, an average just shy of 110 in that one, and he has made things very exciting indeed with his first victory of the day. What a way to record it. He went out in 15-14 and 2 12-dart legs in there from him as well. As you can see, 4 out of 9 on the outer ring, 2 180s from him, an absolutely sublime display, and that's better than anything we saw from him yesterday, where of course he was the consistent player of the second day of action, won all 5 of his matches on day 2, but he's not been able to replicate that at the start of day 3. But there we can see he has responded in incredible fashion to Terry Jenkins, taking over his position at the top of the league standings. We can bring up the table now, and as you can see, that victory means that our penultimate game of today's session, our penultimate game in Group A, will be a straight shootout between Haynes and Jenkins for a place at finals night via the Group A table. So an incredible finale to come a little bit later on. We are now entering our final round of games. First up, we've got McGeeney against Tony O'Shea. Mark McGeeney, of course, has found some form today, hasn't he? Wasn't able to produce the levels that we expect from him here at the Super Series on Monday and Tuesday, but here we can see some fantastic finishing over the course of the day. This 106 in a 4-2 victory with a 93.5 average over Adam Lipscomb. And then he took out this 111 against Neil Duff. This was trying to extend that contest, which he was able to do, but Neil Duff eventually got over the line with a 4-1 victory in that one. So many signs of encouragement for Mark McGeeney to take into this game. He does know that he will be spending the remainder of the week in Group C, as will his opponent Tony O'Shea, who's also shown signs of confidence and building on things over the course of today's action, but he's not been able to do it consistently enough. So both of these players will be taking part in Group C action for the remainder of the week. But the confidence booster, the confidence builder will be to get one over on someone you know you're going to be facing for the next 2 days. So who's going to be able to do that in this match and sign off from Group A with a victory? Let's hand back over to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you so much, Avi. Dare I say, Mark McGeeney versus Tony O'Shea is the hors d'oeuvre to whet the appetite for the main course coming up after this of Johnny Haynes versus Terry Jenkins. How dare I say hors d'oeuvre with these two magnificent players, teammates. And they'll be joined by Daryl Fitton tomorrow. And like I said, imagine being a local league team in Stockport and them three walking, plus Nathan Aspinall. That's not a bad local league team, was it?
Imagine potentially seeing them on Saturday night, and you wouldn't have to pay a penny to see them.
Smart to throw first.
Yeah, the crowd, big crowd for Tony O'Shea, Mark McGeeney, Daryl Fitton would be absolutely fantastic. And you know what, Henry? Tickets are free. Dartshop.tv. We're in Portsmouth, the live lounge.
60.
And it'd be blooming marvellous if you could come and join us.
I even get to meet Duzza.
We want the crowds
60.
in, not out.
$100.
Who do you favour in this one? Because both have had good days. O'Shea may be unlucky with the results he's got.
100.
Well, Mark McGeeney, I would have said 10 minutes ago. Like I said, O'Shea's not had the best of weeks. I've seen signs of real improvement
45.
today. But I'm going to stick my neck out and say O'Shea wins this game, because it would be just nice for him to go to bed tonight on a positive. Because he's not out of this competition, Henry. I mean, like I said, you know more than anybody. You've seen people absolutely implode on the stage on the Monday to Wednesday and, you know, get me home and then lift the trophy and the $5 grand prize on the Saturday night.
100.
And I just feel, you know, Tony needs the spark, and wouldn't that spark be nice today? So I think McGeeney will go to bed and think, well, there was half an hour to an hour today where I was as good as ever.
100.
And I just need that transition from that hour for the rest of the week. O'Shea, for me, just needs that spark. So, for me, an O'Shea victory here.
Right, it's him with first poke in the first leg against the
58.
darts, leaving
141
after 12. He's been doing this kind of all day. He's been leaving himself these sorts of finishes after about 12 darts, which
59.
I'd say in this particular format is very much a par for the course performance.
It's the Della. At 18.
98.
82
Tony,
is a finisher's dart players
82.
love. He'll be starting on the bullseye. What a dart that is. Great marker.
Game shot on
Great
the first
finish.
leg. Tony
The
O'Shea.
Silverback. That's what it's all about. That's what he's done for 30, 40 years in this game. What he can't
Second
tell you
leg
about
Tony
darts
to
is
throw
no one's
first.
business.
Game on.
I unfairly called it the hors d'oeuvre. What would your starter be, Henry? What's your favourite?
60.
Tell you what, do like halloumi fries. That's a good starter.
It's a modern answer, that.
It's a very modern answer.
That's a Nando's answer, that, isn't it? And all good eateries.
Tell you what, we must take you over to that
96.
tapas place at one point over in the next adjoining town. That's a really, really nice bit of food.
I'm free tonight.
45.
Tell you what, last time you were down, we went to that
Thai.
Oh, that was unbelievable.
I want to go back.
It's the best restaurant in one of the best restaurants in Portsmouth.
I want to go back tonight.
I'll tell you what, we'll do it in the evening.
Yeah.
100.
Got a couple of bits to do in the afternoon, but maybe in the evening we'll
Sounds good.
we'll have a nice little bit of Thai.
Sounds a plan.
Shall we invite Owen as well?
Definitely. I wouldn't go without Owen.
180.
Our partner in crime.
He's my hero. No sarcasm.
Might be going on a
Nice
road trip with Owen on
straight
Saturday.
40 here.
100.
A long drive home, unfortunately.
77.
Saturday night. The plan is to get a sleep in on Saturday afternoon. I had my grandson on Sunday, and I can't wait to keep getting these videos of him from home. But needs must right now.
So you're not joining Owen on that road
60.
trip.
Tony, you require 139.
I might go to the toy shop. I might see if Edgar's about.
$91. Mark, you require 145.
145 for McGeeney to obtain the break back, with O'Shea lurking on 48. Was looking for the treble 15, which would have left him tops.
And the kind of week
90.
O'Shea's been having,
Tony, you
Henry.
require 48.
I was thinking that treble 15 was going to go in there, but you're getting chances, Tony.
Game shot on the second leg. Tony
A
O'Shea.
little too late. That's what he's saying to himself there. Where were you the past 14 games? But like I said, Tony,
Third
you
leg,
need a
it's Mark
spark
to
for
throw
tomorrow.
first.
And
Game
a
on.
big win over your good friend here could just be that, and then you'll come back a wounded animal with your good friend Darryl Fitton. Mark McGeeney will be there again. It's all to play for with Adam and Neil Duff.
55.
I think tomorrow morning's going to be really good.
I think we're going to see some excellent stuff. And you say it's a little too late in this group, but it's not too late in the
100.
context of the week for Tony O'Shea, because he'll look at this and think, I've got a clean slate tomorrow in Group C. Everybody's going to be back on 0 points. And if he plays like this over the next couple of days, I'd expect O'Shea to be back
100.
here on Saturday night.
Wouldn't it be great? Watching Martin Adams last week. They're just getting better with age, aren't they? But definitely.
140.
Both myself and Henry was watching each day Tony O'Shea practice, and we're like, today's the day for him because his throw is absolutely perfect. And it just that transition from the practice board, sometimes it takes a couple of
60.
days to get going. Who knows how much practice he's been putting in. And maybe he needed these few days to get himself going, but you can see exactly what he thought of that first start.
85.
Ironically, we had a watch this morning of O'Shea having a little bit of a practice, and it was the least amount of 180s you actually saw on that camera angle. He was having a long practice this morning on the stage with Adam Lipscombe.
100.
And a little mini match between each other up on the stage. And the players do get the opportunity around about an hour before play gets underway here at the
77.
Super Series, just to have a little bit of a throw, just get a little bit of a feel for the conditions on the stage.
Now, Tony's a great counter, so he'd be frustrated to see with that last 19 there to leave an awful finish of 99.
60. Tony, you require 99.
But we'll be on the 19s to start. That leaves treble 18. I don't know if he's thinking so much now, is he? Oh, am I getting it wrong?
51.
No.
Mark, you require 126.
19s. And again. That leaves
86.
tops.
Tony, you
O'Shea's
require
checked out on
48.
48 ones. You went 8 tops last time, but I know he prefers the 16s.
Game shot on the
This
third
is so
leg.
much better.
Tony O'Shea.
Look at, and what he's saying to himself there is, why? Where have you been? Why leave it to the last game?
Fourth leg, it's Tony to
But
throw
what I would say
first.
to you, Tony, is
Game
use
on.
this as the statement piece that you were looking for, ready for your fight back tomorrow.
95.
And these players, a lot of them have played in the Grand Slam of darts. Neil Duff's played here many times before. So they're accustomed to round-robin format. So O'Shea will know the game when it comes to these types of events. And this is a long course. This is a marathon.
121.
I call this the test match of darts because you can't win it on day one. You can never win a test match on day
59.
one, but you can either put yourself in a good position or bad position. Here on day 3, he can put himself in a position here that when he comes towards the clean slate on Thursday and Friday, he's playing the sort of darts that gives him the opportunity to be in contention.
58.
It'd be nice to commentate on a T20 style game of darts. I've heard some fantastic things by Paul Nicholson over the years. What they call the wrestling one, where they all come in one by
87.
1.
WrestleMania.
No, where they come in and they shot them over the ropes. And they all come in one every 5 minutes. Royal Rumble. I think he's had a Royal Rumble of darts. That would be interesting.
100.
So, from test match darts here at the MODUS Super Series to a Royal Rumble down in Portsmouth.
I'll be honest, it's probably best if I stay out
85.
of that T20 commentary thing because it might get a little bit excitable.
Speaking of wrestling, did you ever see that with Dan Dawson and Matt Edgar, where I had to name 20 wrestlers in
87.
20 seconds, 30 seconds? And I got 19.
The Paul Hardcastle.
100. Mark your required
O'Shea here is
135.
on the cusp of a win unless McGeeney can take out the Hail Mary 135.
Treble 15. He'll stay on treble 10.
80.
Not the end of the world. Good setup.
Tony
He's a
required
2-darter.
75.
75 is usually treble 17 for a fat 18. For the match tops.
55. Mark your required 55.
Save the match. 2 at tops. It's his first darts of the game at a double. 10s to stay in it, to stay alive.
45.
And that's pulled inside.
Tony required 20.
Tony O'Shea a double 10. He doesn't like this side of the board as much, but that's a good marker. Quick shift over. Just bounce it off that tungsten.
No score. Mark your required 10.
That was almightily unlucky. That has come off the barrel on the other side. And so McGeeney double 5. Can he squeeze it across? Can he find a path across? He's adjusted
No
too
score.
much. And he's bust the score, and so O'Shea is back.
Tony required
double 10.
20.
How on earth was that first dart not in, Henry? It's double 10 for O'Shea again.
Game, shot, and the match.
The tail of the tape was
Tony
pretty
O'Shea.
simple there. Tony O'Shea with his first 4-0 victory of the week. And that could be just the moment he required. I think he'll look back with the thoughts that, well, the better the week got, the better Tony O'Shea got. Mark McGeeney will be thinking, there was moments today where I began to show my best. Good friends, both magnanimous in defeat. There was McGeeney. But the tail of the tape, it's O'Shea 4, Mark McGeeney 0. Sit back and enjoy the main course. Coming up, it's a straight fight out for Group A. Johnny Haynes, Terry Jenkins. Don't you dare miss it.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Tony O'Shea has just rounded off his Group A campaign with a 4-0 whitewash victory over Mark McGeeney. As you can see, 4 out of 9 on the outer ring. McGeeney missing all 4 of his attempts at double in that match. Both of those players will return to compete in Group C for the remainder of the week, so they'll be back in action tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. Of course, they'll have the opportunity to make it through to finals night via Group C. But the next match is the tasty one, because if we look at the league table with 2 more matches to bring you today, we have Johnny Haynes and Terry Jenkins first and second on the same points, both on 18. Leg difference very similar as well, but it all comes down to this match. The winner of this game will make it through to finals night. A huge game for both of them. Of course, it's Terry Jenkins who's been the more consistent player today. Johnny Haynes won his first match in his last game, but he did so in incredible fashion, didn't he? Averaging 110 in that victory over Adam Lipscombe. But here he is, taking out an 88 against Tony O'Shea there a little earlier on as well. And there we have Terry Jenkins taking out the 91 against Tony O'Shea. That was in a convincing 4-0 victory a little earlier on. So it's Terry Jenkins, as I said, who's been the more consistent of the 2 players today. But it is Johnny Haynes who's put in the standout performance of the day and of the week in his last match. Will he be able to replicate or get anywhere near those levels in this one to book his place in Saturday's finals night? Let's hand back to our commentary team, because we are very excited to see how this one unfolds.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so Group A comes down to this. Game 44 of 45 will decide who the first player going through to Saturday night's final will be. Johnny Haynes put in the performance of the year, the highest average we've seen in 2023, when he posted a 109.99 in a 4-1 success against Adam Lipscombe. Terry Jenkins has been waiting around for the opportunity to top the group. He topped it at one point today, but then back came Haynes charging back at the ball. But who is going to seal progression through to Saturday night's final? It's Haynes with the darts, and if he plays anything like his previous match, we are in for a cracker.
97.
And throwing first, Johnny Haynes, could that be the deciding factor? Are we going to see the A+ game of Terry Jenkins? Are we going to see the inconsistent Terry Jenkins? So many questions. Sit back and let's get the answers between us.
Haynes, who won 4 out of his 5 games yesterday. He had a 4-point lead in the table overnight, but then played game 1 of the day. He was defeated 4-2 by Neil Duff before subsequent defeat to Tony O'Shea. And then by Mark McGeeney meant that things were getting a little bit rocky for the punk, but then that 109 is putting it back top of the table. Meanwhile, for Terry Jenkins, as Haynes looks to pile in the first max of the match, he kicked off with a 4-1 success against Mark McGeeney, for then getting through a last leg decider against Neil Duff.
100.
And a 4-1 defeat to Adam Lipscombe was followed up by a 4-0 win against the Silverback. So that is how the 2 players shape up going into this one. And both players have come out of the traps well.
97.
Haynes leaving himself on a finish after 12. Jenkins will do exactly the same here.
$85.
Can't tell you how good that last dart was there, Henry. Just to sit right above there, and it leaves a 2-dart combo. And Terry will love to see that first dart there. So treble 20.
46. Terry
possibly not enough.
96.
Such a good marker. I don't think he'll be considering double-double. Is he feeling it? That exhale of breath means he is. It's 8 for Jenkins.
80. Johnny, you require 80.
Johnny pats his leg to say, come on, Johnny. These are the chances you have to take against the bull. What a dart that is. What a finish that is. 2 dart combinations
Haynes.
at his finest. We began to doubt Johnny Haynes after his first 3 games, losing all 3. He came back, was unbelievable in game 4.
Game on.
And now he's playing one of the real superstars of the game of the past 20 years. And that 80 finish will feel
41.
absolutely wonderful.
$100.
He's just been so steady on them tons, hasn't he? He just sort of guaranteed that's what he was getting yesterday, whereas with Terry, you weren't sure if you were getting this.
81.
Or the 17 180s he's had over the past 2 and a bit days.
85.
Straight into the 5 there. This is the inconsistency we talked about.
137.
This scoring has been so good this week. Woolly bully.
$100.
Steady, steady, steady stuff.
$97.
Now Terry's come here for preparation of the World Seniors. Do you think coming top and 2 days off is not what he wanted? Or do you think another couple of days on the
Terry
dartboard
require 145.
would be ideal?
You could also argue that feeling of winning is something that is perhaps
53.
better than any practice
Johnny
you can
require
find.
131.
If he wins this game, he will have that feeling. But Johnny Haynes 131 to double his lead. It's not going to happen this time, but he's going to be putting this Jenkins 92 under some considerable
91.
pressure
Terry
indeed.
require
Tops.
92.
Should this not go?
Treble 17 for double 18.
74.
A lot of the players have gone inside
Johnny
that double
require
18 today.
40.
Johnny Haynes, this has been meat and drink from yesterday. But with all the pressure in the world on these darts,
Game shot on the
he's
second
up for the
leg.
challenge.
Johnny Haynes.
Johnny, be good. Leading 2-0. What a fantastic start.
Third leg, it's
Terry
Johnny to throw
Jenkins
first.
contemplate
Game
what's
on.
going on right now, because the biggest difficulty right now is that Johnny Haynes has got the darts again. So Terry Jenkins is going to have to break him twice.
45.
And that's a mean, difficult task. Advantage Haynes.
Haynes is looking to take the reins of Group A and reign
60.
supreme. He's 2 legs away from doing exactly that.
$121.
You can tell how well the players are playing today. Just have a look at that treble 20 bed. That's been given a smoking today.
100. $43.
Rubbish, he says. Chink of light here for Terry.
140.
Just been a great pace to all these 6 players, hasn't it? Definitely a more sedate pace last week.
140.
Been fast, it's been furious, it's been fantastic. It's been full of maximums. But Jenkins does not want one setting up here.
Johnny require 152.
For the bull to leave a 2-darter for Johnny. That would have been a statement piece. That looks good.
122. Terry requires
bad counting.
67.
It's going to have to go 15 bull. Disastrous.
27. Johnny require 30.
And that miscalculation from Johnny, is it going to come back? The double 15 is not one you like, because if you go inside, now you can go full for it.
No score.
And that all goes
Terry
back to the fact you went for
40.
treble 19 instead of treble 17. And you don't give this man a chance.
Does it present a lifeline? This has to go. This is a big dart. This is a big
20.
moment. And that could be a big
Johnny
miss for Terry
requires
Jenkins.
30.
Because Haynes is back for that double 15. 1 dart. and his favoured double four.
22.
But even that comes
Terry
awry.
required 20.
And you can feel the enormity of this situation.
Game shot on the third leg.
And
Terry
amongst the
Jenkins.
tension, Terry gets a leg on the board. He gets the break, brings it back to 2-1.
I'm just thinking how many
Fourth leg,
times
it's
have
Terry
these
to
two
throw
played
first.
each other.
Game on.
Hereford, Bristol. We're having a laugh and joke there. But what was really interesting for me there is
125.
Johnny Haynes has sort of, when he's had doubles like 30, he sort of split them. And I was looking at 14 double 8 or that route.
45.
And he had 6 darts where he went straight at them 15s. Will he come back to hurt him?
100. $100.
Just sitting back and enjoying what we're seeing.
59.
It hasn't been the quality of some of the previous games, but the enormity about qualifying for Saturday night might be on the mind of both players.
125.
Just come down to one double here and there, because both have been scoring fine.
100.
Cracking darts once again from Jenkins. So leaves a nice 3-darter. For Haynes, 2-3-1. I like to start on the 19s, but
95. Terry required 117.
advantage to Jenkins in this leg. Treble 19. To leave tops.
Game shot on the fourth
It's
leg.
Desmond.
Terry
It's
Jenkins.
now a best of 3 game, with the winner going through to Saturday night's final. All to
Fifth
play
leg,
for.
it's Johnny to throw first.
Pick a
Game
winner.
on.
Spin a coin.
117 is a huge
100.
moment, but perhaps even bigger. Those missed darts at double 15 from Johnny Haynes in the leg prior. And that ton start, if Jenkins could have had another
81.
treble, would have opened a door of opportunity. Now Haynes here has to think as simple as this. Hold twice, and I'm into Saturday night.
140.
Visits like that is going to help his cause immeasurably.
I'd be delighted at this point that Terry's not on his A+
100.
game. Both just around that 90 mark. I mean, it's a quality affair, but you can feel the tension in there. And this is what Group A is all about when it comes down to the final
60.
game, the penultimate game of the day. After slogging it out for 3 days, this is what it comes down to. This is what it's all about.
60.
Haynes making a charge in this leg against the bull.
125.
Haynes could well find himself on the hill very shortly indeed. But look at this as a response.
180.
Have a look at that.
Johnny requires 76.
His 18th max of the day. Is it going to put pressure on this tops?
56.
Certainly has. That 180
Terry
just
require
makes you
80.
think what a finish this would be. 180. He's also going to have 1 dart at tops. One man misses.
60.
Does the other man hit? Where
Johnny
have I heard that before?
required 20.
Double 5 for Haynes. No, he's going to split to the 2 double 4.
Game
And it
shot on the
comes up
fifth
trumps
leg.
at the
Johnny
most
Haynes.
important time of the week. Haynes' trusted split becomes a trusted hit. And he is now
Sixth
on the
leg, it's
hill.
Terry to
He is
throw
one leg
first.
away from seeing himself into tomorrow night, into Saturday night's final, should I say.
And everything is wrong about 2
140.
double 4. But he would argue he would prefer 1 dart at double 4 to 2 darts at double 5. That would be his argument back. And who are we to say? Because he's
100.
done it all week. And I tell you, the percentage ratio must be 8 out of 10 of him hitting it.
121.
Just think this match has 3-3 wrote all over it, Henry. Don't know what you think.
And perhaps it would be befitting of the battle that this pair have put in that it would go this way. But Johnny Haynes is making sure that there's absolutely none of that.
His 12th max of the week.
40.
All of a sudden, we began to write Johnny off in this leg. And another one of those. Big, big favourite.
100.
He just sort of stopped in his tracks there. 1-2-1 after 9. Jenkins needs a treble, Henry.
100.
Finds a treble.
Johnny, you require
1-2-1 plays a ton.
121.
Haynes first to the board to win the match and win the group. Treble 17. Bull to beat the bull and to win the group. It doesn't go. And so Jenkins to take us the distance.
2 darter tops for Terry. Great marker.
60.
Bends the wire. Why?
Johnny,
Why me?
25.
Over to you, Johnny. You were absolutely sensational yesterday. You had your trials and tribulations today. But it's you, Johnny Haynes, that we'll be seeing here on Saturday night. A phenomenal contest between two good friends. An unbelievable week of darts in this Group A. And it's Johnny Haynes, the guy we called the potential spoiler. What do I know, Durrant? He's the actual winner. Terry Jenkins will be looking back and think, job well done, another 90 average. His game is there. He can tighten up a little bit in the doubles. But it's Johnny Haynes we'll see Saturday night. Up next for a fight for third place, Neil Duff, Adam Lipscomb.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We have our first player through to finals night. Here's Johnny. Johnny, you did it the hard way in the end because you were top of the table after yesterday. Just sum up how you were feeling coming into today's action because you played so consistently yesterday.
Coming in today, I thought, well, yeah, I've got to win 3 games. And then everything was going underneath the treble. I couldn't get above it. It was all going, everything was going underneath it.
And after those 3 games today, what was your mindset? Because then you must see that Terry Jenkins goes above you in the table. He's then favourite to go through. So what was going through your mind ahead of that game against Adam Lipscomb?
I was just in the practice room and I was aiming for double top just to get my darts to go high. And out of that, against Adam, they went brilliant.
Yeah, it was brilliant. A 110 average in that last match. There's your average, 86 in that one. 4 out of 14 on the doubles. You could feel the nerves from up here. It must have been incredibly edgy, of course, because the winner goes through.
Well, me and Terry known each other for ages. We've played against each other loads of times, and it's just it's the doubles on the day, because I think he missed a few.
And we're going to have a little look at the league standings, because it shows that you will finish top 20 points. To come through a field like that, which is littered with quality, that must give you a lot of confidence going into finals now.
I can't believe it. I looked at that field and I thought, hopefully get through to Thursday, Friday night. And I thought, well, no, I could end up in the morning. That is a tight group all the way down.
It is, but were you almost surprised with the level that you were producing consistently throughout the course of this week? Because you have been probably the most consistent player until today.
I was surprised with yesterday's, because I think I had 3 90-plus averages, and then the 109 today. But yeah, I say, because I look at 90, around 90 average.
Do you feel like you could be the one to beat come Saturday night?
I said that in the beginning.
I love it. The confidence. Right then, this man is through to finals night. Of course, we have one more game to bring you in Group A. It's Adam Lipscomb up against Neil Duff.
Thank you, Abby. Great interview there with Johnny. Absolutely delighted for him. Proper old school player. Really talented. Will he be the guy we see here Saturday night with a £5 prize? The guy in your picture right now is the Lakeside champion. He came here as the big favourite in Group A. The real class act. Adam, I think he's had a good week when he looks back. Like I said, I think he was, when he walked into that room, he was like, what have I walked into? But I think he's the one who's learnt most about himself. It's Neil Duff, who's still in 3rd place at the moment, and we'll play on Thursday and Friday night. We'll try and get Henry to read out the groups as it
Neil
stands.
To throw first. Game on.
And I'll try and give a little bit of information about the players.
Well, no matter what, Neil Duff will be playing tomorrow night. Adam Lipscomb will be playing tomorrow morning. I can now confirm to you the groups. In Group B, Kevin Edwards, Neil Duff, Paul Inwood,
97.
Richard Stride and Terry Jenkins. Group C, Adam Lipscomb, Darryl Fitton, Mark Lawrence, Mark McGeeney, Tony O'Shea and Vince Tipple. Group C will be tomorrow morning's focus from 9:30 here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Group B will be the focus from 10,
40.
and you can tune in to us on both of those particular networks.
Remember, Group B, 3 will go through from that group. So tomorrow,
96.
picking 2 from the morning group. That's going to be tough.
Gonna have a mix of referees tomorrow.
100.
Have Owen Binks in during the day, and then Charlie's going to be refereeing in the evening session.
60.
And I believe the legend that is Paul Hinks is going to be back for the final part of the week.
Is he?
On Friday night and Saturday night.
140.
Yes, I think Charlie's going off on
59.
WDF duties.
Adam, you require
Jet setting is
124.
Charlie.
We've got Owen, who's been to Bahrain, and Charlie off to Romania.
74. Neil, you require
Now
167.
potentially off to Colchester.
The Binks road trip.
85. Adam, you require 50.
Tops for 1-0.
Game
For the
shot
break
in
of
the
throw
first
for
leg.
Lipscomb.
Adam Lipscomb.
I think Adam was asking, even with a 4-0 victory, could he still get into the Group B?
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
And that's what it comes down to, the occasional leg here and there, leg difference. That's why you must play out
59.
nice and professionally every single leg. But just off air, Henry feels that Adam could be very, very dangerous tomorrow morning. He's had his week of practice, he's young, he's fit.
140.
There'll be no weariness from this man. And we want him in Saturday night's final, don't we? He'll bring a crowd.
140.
Get the Hampshire team here.
Most certainly get started the Darty party in Pompey.
100.
And you can be a part of it too by heading to dartshot.tv. Every single week you can be here. Head over there to see which weeks are available
55.
and which weeks you fancy coming to. And whilst you're there, you can see Duff in action at the World Seniors Championship in a few weeks' time at the Circus Tavern. Apologies for the
100.
reminder, but it is available via that same website.
And no shouting when I'm throwing.
92. Nil, you
Remember.
require 161.
Oh, he's not refereeing. Apparently, Ronald McDonald wants his shoes back.
83.
do like the
Adam, you
bullseye on
require
that last dart.
155.
Treble 19. Back upstairs.
80.
I have a fear there he was
Neil,
going for
you
the
require
18s, which would have been
78.
incorrect because treble 20 was the shot. What a dart there is. Great marker. And that's the
Game
kind of
shot on the
finishing.
second leg.
that
Nil
Neil Duff
Duff.
has just maybe missed out a little bit this week. I think they're the kind of legs he'd be thinking, well, I know it's in the tank. I know it's a fresh day starting
Third
tomorrow.
leg, it's Neil to throw first.
He's still
Game
my
on.
tip to get there on Saturday night. And on Saturday night, you're going to get games reminiscent of that last one where
100.
there's so much, and you don't always see the best darts in the players, but what you'll get is thrills and spills, and
59.
then that winner gets the £5 prize, and you've seen what it means to so many of the players. Matt Clark's been there, seen it and done it, and he was very emotional on Saturday night when he won it.
140.
Still means an awful lot. And we're getting really close to Champion of Champs week. I can't wait for that. I'll have a Parmo in hand, and I'll be watching from home.
59.
I suppose that's the one thing you're missing down here, isn't it? The old Parmo.
4,000 calories. I'd love to take you
36.
for one, but so whenever you're in Middlesbrough. Colchester versus Middlesbrough, you can all come up and I'll treat you to a nice Parmo.
Definitely going to have to be an FA Cup tie.
82.
Or the Carabao Cup.
Oh, Pompey. Could even be Pompey, couldn't it? But we're on the way. We've got Super Michael Carrick.
Don't worry, we'll be playing Colchester next year in League Two.
30.
Darts, lad.
140.
Great darts, Adam.
Now, I don't believe in the term dead rubbers. I
23.
don't believe in
Adam, you
them.
require 161.
Because this, for the players, is an opportunity without the pressure of doing something, is a chance to get the game ready for tomorrow.
Absolutely. Adam's playing the
137.
lakeside champion here. Neil Duff is looking something like Tony O'Shea. He wants that spark ready for tomorrow. You don't want to start. You don't want to go in tomorrow after a defeat. So absolutely right. This is certainly not a both
55.
putting a very,
Adam,
very
you require
professional job.
24.
And this man in your picture now just impresses me every time I see him. This is the area he can improve, though. And he'll know that.
21.
He'll assess
Neil, you
his game
require
and think, I can score as good as
117.
these lads. I just need to sort of tighten up on the doubles now. 17. For tops for a 2-1 lead.
97.
That would have really hurt Adam.
Adam, you require 3.
And it's all about the first dart here. He might have to shuffle across the hockey. He got lucky there because that could have
Game
gone
shot on the
anywhere.
third
And when you
leg.
look's in,
Adam Lipscombe.
and Neil Duff tells you exactly how he feels about that because that first dart was a flyer. That went right
Fourth
across
leg,
the
it's Adam
board.
to
That
throw
could have gone
first.
anywhere.
Game on.
Couldn't get any closer at the wider tops. And you know what's coming after that usually. And you say dead rubber.
40.
Neil Duff's his reaction to that double going in meant this game means an awful lot to him.
140. 85.
And of course, a reminder, if you are tuning in to us via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, don't forget to give us a subscribe, because on top of the live coverage, you can also get other
60.
bonus content and features, including Game of the Day, highlights, and other content which we'll be putting out over time.
140.
Super darts again from Lipscomb. He's making Neil Duff think right now. He's been steady tons.
100.
201 after 9. For Adam, a couple of trebles here. Massive advantage.
98.
Don't like that dart. Meant absolutely nothing, even if the treble went in. The dart was treble 20.
85.
Good last
Adam, you
dart. That just
require
leaves that 116
138.
finish. That dart players like 138. Maybe now it's just about setting it up. And that's not
29.
good.
Neil, you require 116.
That's not good. And the only problem with going that way is that you are covering that treble bed there. So 78 left, so he should be looking at the 18s now. He's just correcting himself.
56.
You got
Adam, you
second
require
best.
109.
There's a 2-darter. This is a big opportunity. That leaves 90. So treble 18 he likes. He might even think the bull. But he does like the treble 18 route to leave double 18.
73.
And once again, just see what
Neil,
I mean,
you
Henry?
require
Just a
60.
little bit quick on that last dart. Just a little bit more composure. And I think they go in all of a sudden.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
It's not panicking in
Neil
the big
Duff.
moments, isn't it? That's what's got to be the mantra as Duff levels up with the break and 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game
29
on.
averages apiece, 2 from 5, 2 from 7 on the doubles. Not really much separating the pair.
100.
And I've got to say, because you're going to head up to speak to Abby in a minute,
135.
I've got to say I've really enjoyed today. It feels like the day's just raced by with quality arrows.
Absolutely. I think we looked at each other a couple of times yesterday and thought, you know, a few of these players are going to be really
100.
disappointed. We've seen the re-emergence really of Tony O'Shea, Mark McGeeney, albeit McGeeney was just in a, just maybe the hour, but at least he can go away with it
60.
and think, I know the game's there. For him, it could be about focus right now. Remember, he's on the back of probably his big disappointment of Q skill, but maybe he's just got his mojo back
43.
a little bit. I think Neil Duff's beginning to realise today that he is the class act of this group, and it's time to perform tomorrow. I think Adam's been great. It's been a great
99.
group. It's definitely been the best group I've been involved in as a commentator. I've enjoyed every dart, but in particular today. Can't wait for tomorrow. Double session of me and Henry in the box.
60.
Oh, yes.
I bid you farewell.
The legend departs, and so you're
59.
stuck with a... Well, we won't finish that sentence for the remainder of this game.
$98. Adam, you require 148.
Looking for another one of them was Lipscomb. Duff back for a ton. Now he's looking for treble 20 here. That's going to leave him on
Neil, you
56.
require 100.
And so Duff here, ton for 3-2, a hold of throw. Now he tended to go treble 20, but he's going to
40.
completely
Adam,
outfox
you
the
require
commentator by going
56.
tops. And tops is what Lipscomb wants. Down for double 10.
51.
Just felt like a rush
Neil, you
dart there
require
from Lipscomb,
60.
and Duff returns for 60. 2 at tops.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
And that's come
Neil Duff.
clattering in off the first. And Duff is a leg away.
Sixth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on. $85. $121.
Many congratulations goes to Johnny Haynes. Winning the group. He's going to be back on Saturday
44.
evening, and just another confirmation of the groups. We will get one with Abby at the end. Duff and Jenkins will join Group B. Lipscombe, McGeeney and O'Shea will join Group C.
42. $99. 134.
Duff on the cusp.
135.
But that leaves Lipscombe on a finish to seal a 4-2 success.
60. Adam, you require 138.
This is to save the match for Lipscombe.
44. Neil, you require 144.
144 for Duff for the match.
60. Adam, you require 94.
90 left. Then bullseye for tops.
37.
Interesting approach. And so
Neil,
Duff
you
to get it
require
done.
84.
Was 84. Double 12.
Game, shots, and the match.
And Neil Duff
Neil Duff
wins the last game of Group A. He gets a bet of Adam Lipscombe by 4 legs to 2. He will be participating in tomorrow and Friday's Group B action. He actually finishes above Terry Jenkins in the table in second place as a result of the victory by 4 legs to 2. For Adam Lipscombe, it's going to be a return on Thursday and Friday morning for him. But our final job of today is to head up to the balcony and have a chat with Abby.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Henry. Glenn, Neil Duff got the victory there, but do you think it's fair to say that would have been a more important game for Adam to come through and go through with confidence into tomorrow?
I honestly think all 6 players will go away fairly satisfied. I mean, I know Johnny Haynes has took the spoils and rightly so, but, you know, Terry Jenkins going to get another couple of days on the board. I've been impressed with Adam. Neil Duff beginning to wake up now and realise that he's the class act of the group. I think for the first time, all 6 players will be sat down there thinking, OK, still plenty more to go.
Yeah, we can have a little look at the league standings. This is how things have ended in Group A, and amazingly, because of that victory for Neil Duff by 4 legs to 2, he finishes in second place ahead of Terry Jenkins. But Mark McGeeney just had a little word with him downstairs, and he said, I'm feeling very confident now. My mindset has completely changed after the way I've managed to turn it around, because he was 2-0 down to Adam Lipscombe. The way he was able to overcome that and put in a superb performance, he's someone who's probably going into Group C with the most confident out of those 3.
And do you know what? I love that. I really do, because he looked down in the dumps for a big part of this week, and just to hear you say that, and that's the way he's talking, because he had a big smile on his face last time I saw him, and honestly, it's all because just of a slight tweak. And, you know, I give you a lesson in coaching last night, and just that follow-through of his at the end was really nice. He wasn't thrown with fear, and he was beginning to enjoy himself. He could be very dangerous tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and a word on Johnny Haynes as well, because he's through to finals now, but it was very interesting to hear him say that when he looked at the draw, when he looked who he was playing with, he thought, oh, I may get into Group B, I may scrape into Group B. He's now topped the group. How much confidence can that give you going into finals night?
And I incorrectly called him the spoiler. Never, you know, when you talk about 6 players this week in that Group A, he was probably the one we spoke of least. He's a real legend of where he's from as well. Absolutely over the moon for him. He's got 2 days off now. How good would he feel on Saturday night?
Indeed, and we can have a little look at the groups for tomorrow and Friday. Group B, of course, will get underway tomorrow night. But first, our attention turns to Group C, which gets underway at 9:30 tomorrow morning. When you look at those names, of course, Lipscombe in there, McGeeney and O'Shea from today. But when I spoke to McGeeney, he also said, oh, is Daryl fitting in my group? And as soon as I said yes, the smile on his face, because he's someone he knows very, very well indeed. He's played with him, and I think that will also spur him on tomorrow. Daryl's got to be a threat in there as well.
Yeah, the players' lounge is going to be absolutely fantastic, and the camaraderie between the 6 of them this week's been great. That Group C will be exactly the same, and Mark Lawrence is from Yorkshire as well. You know, that's a very intriguing group. I can certainly pick 3 from Group B, but picking 2 from Group C, quite tough.
Go on then, who are your 3 from Group B?
Exactly the players. So from Group B, I would go with Neil Duff and Terry Jenkins. So I think the players who have been here already. And Henry alluded to this week that the majority of players on Saturday night could come from Group A. And looking at them groups, I would struggle to pick 2 from Group C right now. I'd probably maybe just to have a look. But I'm hoping a McGeeney or O'Shea can continue with their form and strive, because imagine them here on Saturday night and having someone like Adam here as well with being from Pompey. So bring it on.
Yeah, as Glenn mentioned, a lot of players going into Thursday and Friday with confidence, which sets things up very nicely indeed. We'll be back underway from 9:30 tomorrow morning with all the action from Group C, and we'll see whether this man's predictions are correct. We'll see you then.